think we're ready. All right. Phenomenal. Sorry, folks. Running a bit behind tonight, mainly just due to wanting to finish stuff up from earlier today and me just not allocating enough time to do so. Anyway, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening whenever you're watching this. My name is Josh, and on this channel we talk about news, politics, and current events. So tonight, as you can see, I thought about it. 6 days in, I realized why, instead of wearing my usual Rockies hat, which is here in case my head gets too warm, why not wear a fun Christmas hat for the season? So we'll see how long this lasts, again, until my head gets too sweaty and too hot. But either way, glad you're here. Got some fun stuff planned today. Gonna kind of look over the Colorado shooter who has now been charged with some actual charges, and kind of take a look at some of the rhetoric that's been used to kind of push a bit of this anti-trans, anti-drag, generally anti-LGBT stuff. Gonna look a little bit of that. Then I want to kind of look at a debate between the Counterpoints hosts, Ryan Grimm and I believe it's Emily Jashinsky. They're kind of the B show or whatever to Breaking Points with Sagar and Crystal, and they talked a little bit about the Supreme Court case that we talked about yesterday, regarding Lori Smith and her web design business, and whether she should be able to basically not serve gay couples. And then from there, I kind of want to look at a preview. Tomorrow we'll begin oral arguments for the independent state legislator case that's going to the Supreme Court. So we're going to watch a quick video on that as well. And then probably just hang out a bit. We'll look at something with someone we don't look very often at, Tim Pool. So that should be interesting. But and then from there, I don't know, we'll kind of hang out, see what people want to kind of talk about. But as is, wait, where's the oh, I realized. Oh man. Oh wait. Okay, hold on 1 second. Where is it? Also, how's everybody's Tuesday going? Let's see if I can find it really quickly. I feel like that's not what I'm looking for. Oh wait, is this it? Let's see if this is it. This will do. I kind of wanted more of a but this will fine. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you've heard, but we have breaking news today. So tonight, the Georgia Senate runoffs. Yes. So we're just gonna, I need to get a soundboard. That's what I really want. Maybe that'll be like a goal one of these days, is to get a soundboard. I always really loved radio shows that had fun soundboards and fun little drops on it. So maybe one day that's what we should get in. I should look into getting for the show. But that'll have to come with a lot more people following, which, by the way, if you're not followed already, you should totally be doing that. You should also go over to the YouTube channel. That is a link to this account, and also subscribe over there too. Just saying. But anyway, let's take a look, shall we? The Georgia runoffs are happening tonight, and I haven't really looked. I kind of glanced at this obviously when I opened it, but oh god, that's too bright for me. Let's take a look. So these are constantly changing. Looks like we got Warnock at 50.29 and Herschel Walker at 49.71. So far the forecast is very likely Warnock's winning. But I will say I don't like how close this is. Other than, a Warnock victory, I'm happy for it. I would prefer a Warnock victory, but I'm not super what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not super enthused by the fact that this is, I mean, what, within, like, we got some more movement. All right, plus point. We'll keep continuing coming back to this throughout the night, but I'm not enthused at all that this is as close as it is. With, let's see. Oh my goodness. Wow, there's a lot of counties, and oh, I should have never hit that. How do I hit the less button? Collapse, please. I'm not educated enough to know what's going on. So let's see. Warnock, estimated margin is up 3. That doesn't really seem like that's happening. How our estimated margin has changed so far. The lines below show how. Oh, okay. Let's see. Porting. Oh man. As a rule, yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. 85% of the votes, and so there's still about 15%. I'm not sure. Let's see. The margins look pretty more Dem, more Republican. Okay. Turnout. So I think this is gonna be, I think, the big takeaway. So let's see if I can. Let's get in. Oh no, maybe not that close. There's close, and then there's really close. Give me that back. Okay, there we go. So, oh my god, it's not centered. I don't know why it doesn't want to cooperate, but this, not good. This is also, I think, a pretty good explainer as to why this is as close as it is. Let's see. It looks like, I mean, even if we just take Atlanta, looks like 11% decrease. Geez. So in Atlanta, the most populous county, there's an 11% drop in turnout, which is not good. Besides it not being good, I think that's also what's going to kind of explain. I think that's going to be a big part of explaining why this is going to end up being as close as it is. We're not even a point in between them. Walker gaining another 0.4% or whatever it is. So we'll stick with this. We'll keep kind of coming back. But yeah, unfortunately, turnout doesn't look like it happened in the numbers that Democrats really needed to secure this, even though everything says that they are still going to be winning. Fulton County is only 68%, but it's also a safe county. But still, there's a lot of, there's still, there's only they're only like a little bit above 2/3 voting Fulton County. So, yeah, we'll kind of see how that turns out. About 118,000 votes left. Yeah, either way, this could have gone better, certainly. We'll kind of keep checking in as throughout the night, throughout the stream, just to kind of keep an eye on this. So, oh goodness, well, with Warnock, I think, I've heard a lot about kind of the difficulties of the Warnock and Herschel Walker dynamic in terms of like voting, being two black candidates. I've heard that Raphael Warnock has kind of chosen to take, I think, a little bit of a softer touch in terms of Herschel Walker, mainly because I think politically their reading is that it would look bad if Warnock were to really attack Herschel Walker. He already doesn't do himself, he doesn't do himself a lot of favors, just the way he kind of communicates or lack thereof communicating. So, doubling down on that and kind of seizing on that, I think is what's driving the Warnock campaign to be a little bit, at least in my opinion, a little bit too soft-handed. I do think they could have been more aggressive. I understand that there's a line as to how aggressive they can be, but you know, unfortunately, you can only do so much, and you got to play within the situation you have. But so, setting aside raw electoralism. Ooh, the numbers just moved again. Also closing the gap. Herschel Walker closing the gap. Okay. Anyway, so in 2022, there is a rousing debate over drag shows, over the predatory nature of drag shows, over the dangers of transgenderism, over the general kind of fear mongering that's been going on, particularly this year. It's an election year; you kind of expect that, but the amount of incredibly targeted and incredibly, I think, savvy demonization that's going on in with the right and their obsession over drag shows and the LGBTQ community has ramped up quite a bit. With that, we've seen an increase in attacks on drag shows, threats towards those drag shows. We've also seen increased statistics in terms of violence toward people in the LGBT community. So overall, 2022 has not been a banner year for folks who are not straight and cisgender, unfortunately. We saw in Colorado one of these cases kind of come to the natural conclusion of where that propaganda eventually leads. The Club Q shooting down in Colorado Springs was speculated upon by most people as being driven by hate, by bigotry, and most people, I think, kind of assume that this shooting, given the climate that we're currently living in, given the prevalence of firearms in the country, I think it was pretty fair for people to say that this was at least partially motivated by a negative attitude towards the gay community, and we saw on I believe, I don't remember the date specifically. No, that was November 25th. Are they gonna give me? It doesn't. It's November. We'll say November. It's December now. In November, a lone gunman entered into Club Q, a known gay nightclub in the Colorado Springs area, and opened fire on people in the club. Luckily, this shooter, this madman, was apprehended and taken down by club goers. I believe one of them was like a veteran who was there, who, shouts out to that guy for using that training in a wonderful what's the word, demonstration of when to use that kind of training. But yeah, luckily the amount of deaths were able to be reduced due to a couple people's quick, swift action. And now we are kind of sitting with the aftermaths of that. A big part of that was initially a campaign by the right wing to mostly separate themselves from this and try to obfuscate their responsibility, try to unload, I should say, their responsibility onto basically the community that was harmed. We saw a lot of this. We saw a lot of this after the shooting. Matt Walsh famously got on his platform and essentially made the argument that if people are going to continue with having these drag shows, if people were continuing to do this or that completely not illegal action, that, it's perfectly reasonable for somebody to get upset and take action in their own hands. Essentially, doing the classic look what you made me do, look what you made us do to you to stop you from grooming children. I didn't mention this earlier, but the grooming narrative in 2022 has really ramped up. It's not really a new one. It's a pretty old critique and a rather old strategy to demonize people of the gay folks in the 80s and such. That there was always efforts to paint them as predatory towards children or whatever, because unfortunately cowards always have to try to hide their bigotry behind wanting to protect the children and such. But either way, as that has ramped up, we've seen more attacks. This was probably the most prominent and most violent of those, but by no means is this an outlier. Drag shows all over the country have been getting more and more a higher number of violent threats over the last probably about 8 to 12 months or so. So let's kind of take a look. The original assumption from people, by the way, was that he went in there and part of his attack on these people, besides regular assault, were hate crimes. We're going in, targeting a group, which obviously are different charges on top of whatever assault charges you're going to get. And the right wing were pretty adamant that this was a person with mental health issues. They probably were, and that this had nothing to do with our grooming narrative or anything else. So fast forward a couple weeks, the story has kind of faded, I think, from national news and spotlight. And now the Club Q shooter is being charged with hate crimes. So let's do some reading here. Colorado Springs. The suspect accused of entering a Colorado gay nightclub clad in body armor and opening fire with an AR-15 style rifle, killing 5 people and wounding 17 others, was charged by prosecutors Tuesday with 305 criminal counts, including hate crimes and murder. That's a lot. I'm not even sure what 300 and I guess each individual. I guess, yeah, 17. I mean, you've got how many murder charges? You got 5 murder charges on top of 17 different assault charges for 17 different people, and each one of them, that makes sense. You do assault with a deadly weapon, assault with this. I can see how that stacks up. Anderson Lee Aldrich, 22, sat upright in a chair during his hearing. I don't care about that. Investigators said Aldrich entered Club Q, a sanctuary for the LGBTQ community, in the mostly conservative city of Colorado Springs, which is for anybody who doesn't live in Colorado, Colorado Springs is not just when I first moved here, I mostly just thought of it as as kind of a military town. So there's a base down there. There's a military base down there. That's kind of where I think a lot of the jobs come from. But there are quite a lot of people who live down in Colorado Springs, and Colorado Springs is a little bit more rural, a little bit more, definitely more right wing in its political leanings, we'll say. And it's kind of been dubbed Conservative Springs by a lot of people I meet out here, just kind of because how you go down there, and it is very different. I remember I went into a Walmart there. It was not the same kind of Walmart that you see here. Very different kind of folks down there. A little bit more country. Is that like the term people use, I guess? I'm not sure, but I think we all kind of know the picture I'm trying to paint here. Anyway, in the earlier court appearance just a few days after the shooting. I'm not reading that one. Just before midnight. The mostly conservative city of Colorado Springs, just before midnight on November 19th, and began shooting during a drag queen's birthday celebration. Also, let's keep in mind this was on the eve of Trans Day of Remembrance, so this also was timed in a way that, I mean, you could say it was meaningless, but the facts will kind of bear that out. I find that to be highly suspect that somebody with the history of his online history was not unknown to everybody. It was pretty easy to kind of find his nuggets over on the internet. I find it hard to believe that with what he was saying on the internet that he was unaware. Excuse me. That he was unaware of the day that was going to proceed. The killing stopped after patrons wrestled the suspect to the ground, beating Aldrich into submission. They said, "Yeah, they like kind of a veteran tackled him, kept him down, and then I think like some trans lady like fucking like kicked him with a stiletto in the throat or something." It was very good things. Aldrich had been held on hate crime charges, but prosecutors had said previously they weren't sure if those counts would stick because they needed to assess if there was adequate evidence to show it was a bias-motivated crime. District Attorney Michael Allen had noted that murder charges would carry the harshest penalty, likely life in prison, almost certainly, but also said it was important to show the community that bias-motivated crimes are not tolerated if there was evidence to support the charge. Allen did not detail the charges in Tuesday's hearing, but said they included many counts of bias-motivated crimes. So, specifically, they didn't want to name like what exactly it is. We'll kind of hear that, I think, during the actual trial. But if they're already claiming that there are many bias-motivated crimes, then I'd say they've got enough evidence. If they're throwing that many out there, if they think there are enough to say many, that means that we're looking at least a couple. Which again, if you've seen his online history, it's not all too shocking. We are not going to tolerate actions against community members based on their sexual identity. Members of that community have been harassed, intimidated, and abused for too long. Judge Michael McHenry ordered the arrest warrant affidavit in the case to be unsealed on Wednesday over the objections of Aldrich's attorneys, who said he was concerned about the defendant's right to a fair trial due to public publicity surrounding the case. Interesting to see if they actually what's it called? Oh, and it looks like the owners are reopening the club. Good for him. So I hope that guy understands. What is this? Like something on the it's a Starbucks gift card. Okay. I hope that Aldrich sees that his whole little attack on people did absolutely nothing and was fruitless. You just wasted your life. Like, that guy just wasted his life for the club to just be reopened. Like, played yourself. Good job, idiot. Let's see. Let's see. Aldrich, who is non-binary and uses they them pronouns according to the defense court filings, was arrested at the club by police. They have not entered a plea or spoken about the events. Allen said the suspect, being non-binary, was, quote, part of the picture in considering hate crime charges, but he wouldn't elaborate. So this is kind of the key to this. I remember when the non-binary claim came out from like his defense, and I think it was fairly obvious that the claim of non-binary identity was being used as a I don't even know, as like a defense, or at the very least of a muddying of the waters to get him off of hate crime charges, because to prove somebody performing hate crimes against a group that they are a part of is really hard to prove, in a sense. It's just a harder argument to make, because the defense can constantly say like, well, your honor, they're non-binary, how could they possibly be have any negative feelings towards the LGBT community when they're a part of that community, and it muddies the water. So in my opinion, that seems like it was pretty much a play by the defense to kind of figure out a way to lower his charges, which that's the defense's job, is to get them the best defense. But it's a pretty weaselly excuse, quite frankly. But yeah, and that's why I said it was part of the pictures in terms of trying to charge him, because you have to think, with that defense, do you want to bother charging somebody with that sort of, with hate crimes, with all that stuff? Or are you better off going for the easily provable stuff like murder, which is I don't know if you know this, it's very easy to prove when somebody murdered somebody in an open public setting. It's very hard to prove that they're a bigot unless you've got really, really, really compelling evidence. I know that might sound like, what do you mean? I don't. You can kind of just ask them questions. And you could probably look at their like online history. Unfortunately, with a lot of these guys, their online history, you kind of have to know the language and you have to kind of know how they talk about certain things. Not all of them do this, but some of them do have these sophisticated ways of kind of saying bigoted things, but like hiding them behind what might sound like reasonable arguments. It's mostly cowardice, but unfortunately, that is kind of a part of it. Experts say someone who is non-binary can be charged with a hate crime. Oh, let me put us back. With a hate crime for targeting fellow members of the same group, because hate crime lawyers are focused on the victims, not the perpetrator. So yeah, like they are. It's just yeah. But bringing a hate crime case to the conviction can be difficult because prosecutors must prove what motivated the defendant, a higher standard than usual required in court. Yeah. So, you know, basically, if you don't have a written document, if you don't have like a history of I would say in this person's case harassment directed towards the towards this club, you would have a pretty hard time in kind of proving. Again, you basically have to mind read. You have to read their mind, which in a court of law that's super hard to do. But it seems like at the very least the prosecution is going for it, which is good. I wouldn't say expect him to get hit with the hate crimes. I wouldn't hold your hopes out for that if that's what you're looking for. But he's definitely going to prison for most likely life for killing 5 people. So there's always that, I think it's fairly obvious to most people not viewing any of this situation in bad faith of what was going on that night. Again, the legal way of reading somebody's motivation for something a lot harder than the way us regular folks do. Colorado prosecutors will need concrete evidence such as statements Aldrich may have made about the shooting. Frank Pizzella, a associate professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, said it's got to be more than he shot up Club Q. Yeah. According to witnesses, Aldrich fired first at people gathered at the club's bar before spraying bullets across the dance floor during the attack, which came on the eve of the annual Day of Remembrance for transgender people lost to violence. More than a year before the shooting, Aldrich was arrested on allegations of making a bomb threat that led to the evacuation of about 10 homes. Aldrich threatened to harm their own family with a homemade bomb, ammunition, and multiple weapons, authorities said at the time. Aldrich was booked into jail on suspicion of felony menacing and kidnapping, but the case was apparently later sealed and it's unclear what became of the charges. There are no public indications that the case led to a conviction. Let's see. Ring doorbell video obtained by the AP shows Aldrich arriving at the mother's front door with a big black bag, telling her the police were nearby and adding, "This is where I stand. Today I die." So aside from, like, obviously this person is not all the way there. Besides that small little fact of that person not being there all the way, the fact we also have to factor in that Aldrich is related to I believe it's California, like state legislator, I want to say, if I remember correctly, who's like a big Trump guy. So we also have to talk about, we also kind of have to think about, was there any phone calls made to kind of how does somebody do all of those things? That's going to get you bare minimum 3 to 4 stars on the Grand Theft Auto a star rating there. That should, that's not gonna activate the FIB, but you are going to get some pretty radical police attention out of those actions. So I'm super curious as to, like, after this case of this guy, I want to know more than anything how the fuck he continued to stay on the streets, and how the fuck he was not already clapped up a year ago. Because fast forward a year, and at least in my opinion, this all would not have happened if the police, if the prosecutor at the time, all of these, what's the word, institutions were as concerned about him then. They're damn sure concerned about him now. He's now killed 5 people. But had they taken him seriously then, those 5 people could have gone to that club, enjoyed their night, and went home. So we need to keep that in mind, especially when we talk about this case, because as much as Aldrich is a piece of shit, we also we need to be critical, and we need to be clear-eyed about the system that allowed him to continue to exist and continue to function, unabated. The fact that weapons weren't taken away, the fact that he's not compelled to show up to any counseling or anything. This sort of stuff is how, you let people like this back on the streets, they're gonna keep thinking, they're gonna keep pushing their luck, unfortunately. Okay. But anyway, so something we also need to remember when it comes to attacks like this is where it's coming from. We need to remember more than anything, I think, from a political standpoint, we need to kind of keep an eye and keep keep mindful as to not just how this person was able to commit these sorts of crimes, but also the messaging and the messengers that are responsible for this sort of stuff. So that leads me to the largest broadcaster in the United States, Tucker Carlson. So Tucker Carlson is a Fox News host. He is in the primetime slot. He is taken over Bill O'Reilly's role as essentially the most mainstream, the most watched, the most influential right-wing figure in media. There's probably only a couple politicians, one of them being Trump, maybe DeSantis, that have more pull in the Republican Party with the voters than Tucker Carlson. And what we need to also kind of contend with is the very consistent campaign that Tucker, and again, we've looked at Matt Walsh, which we are not doing today. We've looked at Ben Shapiro. We've looked at a lot of, we've focused a lot on kind of the online sphere in terms of the online sphere of the right-wing movement. But someone I think we should be focusing on, but they're a pretty big fish, I'll be honest with you, is Tucker Carlson. So recently, and this one I only learned today, through kind of just osmosis of scrolling through YouTube and other places, and like Instagram and Twitter and shit. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Ollie London. Now, I'm not super caught up with the lore here, but I'll give you a quick refresher, a little quick crash course here. Ollie London is a cringe social media influencer who got their fame from engaging in transracialism, specifically as a I guess trans South Korean is what they would probably say, and is famous for having a very unhealthy obsession with one of the members of BTS. I believe it's Jimin. I don't know. I'm a once. I'm sorry. I can't help you. I don't. That detail escapes me. But more than anything, and the reason why I bring Ollie London up is not really because of any of that stuff. That's a whole nother bag that maybe we'll get to on another stream. You know, the transracial stuff is fucking bananas. But what I'm interested in now is the propagation of the detransition narrative in the right wing media sphere. Because if you pay attention to the way that they propagate and the way that they kind of push their, anti-trans stuff, a lot of it is, well, not a lot of it. I should say an aspect of it is warning people of the dangers, of the regret, of the of the dissatisfaction with transitioning. A big part of their messaging has been propping up and pumping up the voices of detransitioners who are willing to go on media shows, who are willing to go on right-wing media, and basically sell out their fellow trans folks and just generally spread propaganda. You know, these people get to show up on shows, they get to be more influential, they'll get invited to right-wing stuff. This is kind of how the grift works. And to me, at the very least, this is where I see the grift for Ollie London continuing. Where before they were, doing their transracial thing and causing a stir and generally being incredibly cringe, now seems to be moving more into the political space. So they showed up on Tucker Carlson recently, and I want to take a look at the exchange that they had. So let's take a look, shall we? Ooh, also, actually, before we do that, let's take a look. Numbers are changing again. What do we got? 92%. God, Jesus. 50.13 to 49.87. Has anybody called it? I actually don't know if anybody's called it yet. Let's find out. Georgia runoff. Let's see. CNN. Let's take a look. Do I need to put on light mode? No. Oh, you can't see the lines. That's stupid. Okay, let's see. Stop it, please. Yeah, I know. I know you're covering it. I wanna. What is this? No, I don't want live coverage. Okay. Nice, Nia. Just show me the results. I just want to see if anybody's called it yet. It does not seem like it. Nope, it does not. So, Jesus. Seems like it's still too late to call. Do I want news summarized each morning? No, I do not. Anyway, So, no results yet. We'll keep looking. We're at like 92. Can't be too much longer, luckily. Seems like they're counting pretty quickly. So, but anyway. So, Ollie London showed up. Tucker Carlson. Let's take a look, shall we?
But 6 months later, he's decided he's had enough. Now he's transitioning back to being a British man. We thought we would ask him what that experience was like. Ollie London joins us tonight. Ollie London, thanks so much for coming on. So why did you decide...
Yes. Something I left out also. The new Ollie London arc seems to also be two things that the right wing loves, and two things that you can actually see in almost all of these sorts of um, grifts, quite frankly. One of them is finding Jesus. That's the first big one, is finding the dear Lord Jesus Christ. The second one is, and tell me if you've heard this one before, not just detransition. So detransitioning is kind of the trans part of this. But if you go look at Dave Rubin, if you go look at a few of these other right wing grifters, it's very obvious that they do the Jesus thing at first. First they do the Jesus gimmick for a while, and then they slowly begin to do the anti whatever group would have traditionally put them in the left wing sphere. So as a good example, Dave Rubin, is now a Christian, even though when he was a left winger on TYT, he was describing himself more of as an atheist. But since going over to the right wing, now he's a Christian. So there's that. He hasn't rejected his what's the word? He hasn't rejected his gayness yet. But if I'm being perfectly honest, I won't be super shocked if that happens. I won't be shocked at all when that happens. You can see this in Milo Yiannopoulos, who just recently left the wonderful, totally working and functional Yay 24 campaign. Milo is now a Christian and not gay, according to him. And you kind of see what the result of that is. He looks like shit now. But either way, so that's also kind of before I give Ollie London a chance to speak. Let me first set that stage. Is that they've already kind of speed run the all right, I'm going straight towards now I'm no longer one of the transes, and I've also now adopted the Jesus half of it. So I mean, Ollie London seems to really speed run their money seeking grifts. So we'll see how long this lasts. But either way, wanted to set that up first.
To become a Korean woman, who told you that was possible?
So obviously I've had a difficult time with my gender identity struggles. I was never unhappy with how I looked. So I started changing. I started dressing as a Korean woman. And I realized that was a big mistake, and I just want to be a boy. But, is it any one...
So, by the way, let's think about that for a second. There is nothing within the left support of transgender individuals. There is nothing that says you must continue on whatever path you're on. The left's advocacy towards trans people is simply a desire for people of that, of giving people who are trans the ability to choose the gender that makes them happiest. For a time, that could be a woman. And there could be a realization of, hey, maybe I would be happier as my original gender. There is not a leftist. There is not a person who is a supporter of the transgender community who would yell at that person and say, nope, you are not no takesy backsies. That's all it is. That's not a thing. So this is already not something that anybody's telling you can't do. The left-wing stance is towards freedom to choose yourself. Doesn't matter, if you get to the point where you would like to go back, guess what? It's perfectly fine too. It's not a problem. Not even an inconvenience to any of us. We would just like you to have the right to choose that for yourself. I think that's pretty fair.
Wonder people like me and young people want to change their gender when we have the normalization of this in our schools in this country. Children are taught from...
Also, this person's in Britain. I'm not 100% sure how prevalent the transgender ideology is in the school system. I'd say it's pretty it's pretty rare, isn't it? So I'm not really sure how likely that is that the kids these days are learning to put on dresses and go to put on dresses, and now suddenly they think themselves are girls. Not a thing. It's not a thing that's happening, mate. Do British people say mate? Isn't that's just an Australian thing, right? I don't know.
A young age, from the age of 5 in some cases, that it's okay to change their gender. It's okay to, you know, wear a skirt. It's okay for a boy to use a gender-neutral toilet when it puts girls at risk. This is the new norm. And
so this is all. So the reason why we're watching this, besides that it kind of fits into the entire right wing's narrative, is these are the messages and this is the propaganda that leads to shootings like the one in Colorado Springs. That's why that is also why we're watching this. This is why that piece of shit in Colorado Springs thought it made sense to him to arm himself, walk into a club where people were enjoying their night, and kill a few people. In his mind, probably try to kill all of them if he could. This shooting had the potential to be one of the most devastating shootings in America. Thank God it wasn't. But understand it would have without those two people. Without that veteran there, those people are fucked. And it's because of messages like this. Because the other angle is always, oh well, it's dangerous for transgender folks to go into the bathrooms that they identify with, which begs the question of, is it? Because you can say that it's dangerous because they always try to use this like weird misunderstanding and, quite frankly, dishonest framing. People who are transgender who want to use, if you're a transgender woman and you want to use the women's restroom, guess what your goal is? To use the restroom. But unfortunately, a lot of these conservatives seize on sexual assault committed by heterosexual males within women's restrooms as a way to, quite frankly, not very slyly, but slyly reject a trans person's ability to simply go to the bathroom. Because notice, they won't say that transgender folks are assaulting children, are assaulting other people. That's not happening. There isn't a statistic that you can find that is happening. What you do find is predatory heterosexual men specifically attacking women in women's restrooms, using the cover of trans identity, which, fun fact, maybe it's just me, but that sounds like a hetero problem, not a trans folks problem. Trans folks just want to use the bathroom. It's not our fault that there are heterosexuals that are predators, that are weirdos. That's not their problem. So it is blaming a group for assaults from a group that's not even within that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But again, they'll say this to their audience, and it's always implication. It's never specific. They won't say it what's the specific cases and what the specific claim is. They'll just imply it by saying, well, there's there's assaults and we can't let men into, it's stupid. It's fucking stupid.
And schools are teaching about toxic masculinity. They're eroding the alpha male. The alpha straight male has been eroded.
So yeah,
Tucker, what happened years ago when kids used to go to school? They used to idolize Superman and astronauts. Now kids are being pushed this radical ideology. They're taught to idolize weak men like Harry Styles, weak politicians like Beto O'Rourke.
Weak men? I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm sorry. Now, I'm uncultured, all right? I'm fairly uncultured as people go. I watch stupid professional wrestling. But like what weak men? What? Huh? Weak men? What it? Huh? Open image attack. Thank you. What? Huh? What's weak? What's weak? I'm so confused. He's got tattoos. He's got a Honestly, well, actually, that looks like Shawn Michaels is oh, what show was that? Oh man, shit, what show? No, that's not SummerSlam 9. That's not SummerSlam 02. Or was that 03? Might have been 03. What is that? Either way, that looks like something that Shawn Michaels would wear. But like, what's weak about this? What's weak about this? I don't understand this. I've never understood this like weak men like Harry Styles. Harry Styles looks like he could kick my ass probably. The dude's cardio is probably insane. He has to sing, he has to dance, he has to do all the rest of that shit. And I know he's done like photo shoots and shit in like dresses, which I can't help. But like point out that that Harry Styles, a man who wears a dress, a man who they see as weak, is strong enough to wear a dress and be secure in his masculinity, in his sexuality, in his manhood. But these snowflakes, more likely Carlson, I don't even want to get into Ollie London's relationship to masculinity. But these snowflakes, if you put a dress on them, they would be devastated. Absolutely devastated. They wouldn't know how to act. They wouldn't know how to behave. They wouldn't know how to exist. Simple fabric would tear these men down. Understand that. This is, these are the strong men they're talking about.
Why is this happening? And is it any wonder people like me fall victim to this? That I had all this surgery, I tried to change because I kind of fell victim to this mentality.
All for money.
I'm an adult, but these kids can't make.
Keep in mind, this person's entire career, this person's entire clout campaign on social media, on TikTok, on all the rest of whatever platforms they're on, all of this was for money. All of it. Every single bit of it. They made millions off of it. This person lives a much more lavish lifestyle than me. So when we talk about victimization, the only thing they're a victim of is their own what's the word? Their own soul and their own guilt. Because they made money on this. And quite frankly, this is the next money-making scheme. That's what this is. This is the next money-making campaign. You've wrung out as much as you can, triggering K-pop fans, triggering Asian activists, triggering people on the internet. You've made your money doing that. What's the next way to make a lot of money? You go right wing and you become part of their propaganda, their propaganda machine.
Make these decisions on their own. They're being pushed this radical agenda, and I'm grateful that I've come out the other side. I'm grateful I found God, but I want to speak up for these kids that are confused with their gender. A lot of kids have gender dysphoria, and that wasn't a thing 20 years ago.
Would you like to know what the agreed upon most successful treatment is for gender dysphoria? Do I need to say it? Gender affirming care. Now, some of that could be hormone blockers. Some of that is simply socially transitioning, allowing somebody to exist, but without the surgeries, without everything else, allowing a person to exist as that identity freely. But that's what these people don't want. They don't want people to just live freely and live wholly, quite frankly. That's not what they're interested in. They find it to be icky. They don't like it. It's cringe. Very cringe.
Being taught in the school system.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm not mocking you at all. It's a sincere question.
Also, I can't help but, as usual, this, Ollie London could not, if they were challenged to, what's the word I'm looking for? Substantiate a single one of their points. Not a single one. I would argue that if pushed, Ollie London would say, well, it's happening in some schools. And then you go, cool, give me a list of those schools. Show me what you're talking about. Also, what ideology are you speaking of? Are you speaking of they always want to paint it as this radical push by liberal teachers or liberal parents, to go through The surgical half of transitioning requires requires an immense amount of doctor's visits and pediatric counseling for the most part. Actually, I think that's pretty standard. That's like the standard way of going about that is not just, they always want to paint it as willy-nilly, kids getting transitioned at the age of 5. It's not happening. Nobody's doing that at age 5. Like it's just, I'm sorry, it's just not happening.
Did it make you happier? Did you feel when you, quote, transitioned and started living as something that you weren't, did you feel like you were that thing? And were
yes,
you
and usually they try to pretend
I've
like
never
they care
really
about
found
the
happiness until recently. So I was always struggling with my looks, as most kids do, especially as a teenager. Between the age of 11 to 13, kids change, and kids start to question themselves. They start to question their looks, their identity. They have self-esteem issues. This is normal. I used to really hate the way I looked, so I thought,
could it possibly be that the self-esteem issues come from a society that is now, what's the word, isolated from each other? People living on social media but not interacting with people in the real world? Could it possibly be that people are lonelier now? That people are that teenagers are less happy because the world that they've been given is one racked with income inequality? I think I spoke to somebody on I was going back and forth with somebody on Reddit about kind of the economic situation for most people, and they ended up just kind of pushing the talking points and just kind of arguing that if people are too poor to if you don't have a certain amount of savings, that just don't go out, then eat at home all the time, don't go out to the bar, don't go out to do this, don't go out to do that. And that's where we've pushed a lot of people. Most people these days, like, go ahead and ask some of your friends, ask any of, maybe if you have like an older brother, older sister, older siblings or anything, go ahead and ask them how much they could be saving if they had no life. If they went to work, came home, ate some food, went to sleep, never interacted with them. And then ask them how happy they are with that. Because you'll be shocked to know, or maybe you won't, that most people, especially people of my age and younger, live rather close to their means in terms of how much they're bringing in each month and how much is going out. The problem is that, people my age can hardly buy houses. People in their early 20s right now need to be deciding, oh, do I like go out maybe once a week with my friends and like live what people would call a life? Or do I save money and what? Maybe they'll buy a house, but how do they meet people? How do you meet people these days? Honest to God, I don't know how. The only people I've been in relationships with were in school and from work. Those are the only two situations that I've met people. Imagine you're one of these kids. Where are you gonna go? You can't, if you can't afford, if you can hardly afford rent, can't go to the bars, can't go to the clubs, can't like you have to think twice about taking somebody out for dinner. Dinners are expensive. You don't want to just go to fucking McDonald's, some broke ass place. People are lonelier. People are more isolated. Not because of this, gender ideology, woke nonsense. No, none of this. It's because we have let income inequality grow so rampant that we have not allowed our youth and even the people who, I'm no longer the youths probably, but we don't allow these folks in these very important ages from around like what, probably 19 to 34, 35. We don't afford them the ability to live even a tenth of the life their parents did, with the ability to go out, the ability to meet people, the ability to mingle. So, on top of that, we talk about, people don't like the way they look. People are insecure. Da, 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 da. once again, what do you like, Ollie London? Your job was being on social media. Is it not blatantly obvious that the platforms you engaged in, you made your money in, are the tools that people are bombarded with in terms of negative body messaging, in terms of negative self-esteem, like drivers of negative self-esteem, I should say, flex culture, this, all of this stuff, there's all this economic stuff that's right there. It's very obvious. But what do? They make it about people people who identify with the opposite gender, or even just the danger of a man wearing a dress. That's dangerous to society. Not the prevalence of social media, not mass isolation, not not the not the propagation of negative male stereotypes. I heard them mention toxic masculinity. You don't think that has a negative impact on people? You don't think men in this country and around the world, at least in the Western world, I'll say, you don't think men are confused, or maybe not confused is the word, aren't led down a path of believing that toxic masculinity means being a man? No. We all have an understanding of what toxic masculinity is. It's masculine traits that, when heightened to certain points, create toxic behavior. Part of that is a the overinflation of one's machismo, along with anger issues. Like, toxic masculinity has almost nothing to do with whatever these people are talking about. But like, I find it interesting that it's always everything else. It's always all this cultural nonsense, all this, society is crumbling because, God forbid, men cry. Because, look, men in the Western world have to come to grips with the fact that times have changed. And the traditional male is not really in vogue anymore. And I get it. That's, being the traditional male gave you a template, gave you an understanding of how to exist in the world. But here's the thing, and here's the hard part. And any men who have problems with, like, with meeting women, with talking with women, with, finding their way in life, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice here. Just a quick hit here. But what you need to do to be your own man is not try to be a traditional male, not trying to be like a new male. You see some of these new, whatever new, not try to be some, a nice guy. This is what I want from you. I want you to pick like 5 values that you find to be worthwhile, and I want you to focus on those and execute them in a way that you think creates the most amount of happiness. And when you find out, if you find out that the way you're going about that is not creating that happiness in others, that is not an opportunity for you to regress. That is not an opportunity for you to attack people. That is not an opportunity for you to back to your corner and get upset about it. Being your own man is about finding your path and what makes you happy, not fitting into somebody else's conception, not fitting into what society wants from you, not fitting in to what, your parents want, what your grandparents want, what your girlfriend. No, none of that. You be the person you want to be, and you be the man that you want to be. There is no blueprint. And I get it. That sucks. But you know what not having a blueprint gives you? Freedom. Freedom to just be yourself. Now, that rant took a little while. So let's get back. Also, you'll notice you'll notice a key. My mouse. There it is. You'll notice while they're, if you noticed before in the video also, they were kind of showing a lot of the surgery pictures, a lot of that sort of stuff, of Ollie London. And now that he's brought up, I'm a Christian now, I'm this, I'm da, da, da. Now that he's doing the negative propaganda, now they'll show, I guess, old pictures before Ollie London began their transition to lunacy. So
having all this surgery, trying to become a girl, dressing as a girl, trying to be more feminine, I thought that would make me happy. I've realized that was a big mistake. And I feel like, if I was born 40 years ago, I wouldn't have done this. It's what.
Quite frankly, this is also, to me, I know I've paused a lot. I know I just went on a really big rant. But, I want you all to think about this. This is no different than somebody saying, I really liked high top shoes. I really like high top Jordans. And, I wore them for a while, but I realized, my foot didn't really fit in them. They really weren't comfortable. They really weren't good for my feet. Or, maybe my foot is a wide foot. They're not 100% as comfortable as I thought they would be. And, that was a really big mistake. It's a really big mistake for me to wear high top Jordans for so long. Now I'm back to low tops. It's it's fine. It's okay. It's fine. You're allowed to be happy with something and then eventually grow out of that happiness. That happens to everybody. People wear hats for a long time until they decide, maybe I don't want to wear hats. That's not Tim Pool's story, but for some people it is. This isn't the big deal that the right wants it to be. It's just not.
Woke culture is pushing these days. What we see on TikTok, it's the new normal, and this is so wrong. It's really affecting our kids, and the school boards have a lot to answer for with this.
I agree with that. A lot of people are unhappy inside. That's normal. But pharmaceuticals and plastic surgery aren't going to fix it.
Jeez. Yeah. So, obviously, kind of just pharmaceuticals and surgery, which means you can't be happy if you're trans. You need to just be happy in whatever body you're is, which at the end of the day is one of those cases where it's if you can be happy with those things, then you should do those things. We have the technology now that you can be happy with your outward projection to the world. There's no reason why people should be unhappy or whatever. It just again, school boards. Does Ollie London? What's funny is Ollie London is based in the UK, which I don't believe they're having the same school board issues that we are in the US. So they just said that as a bone to throw to American propagandists. Because again, it's not nobody in London, as far as I've heard, there is no big push in London school boards to, all of that's on stateside. So, they don't know what they're talking about. This is just a big grift for money. You see Ollie London on Fox News. You should probably ignore them the same way you should have ignored them before. But, it's good to at least engage a little bit. But obviously, they're just a grifter. There's not really a lot more I can say besides they're just grifting for money, and the right wing will inevitably make you money. So. With this sort of stuff. Okay. Let's continue. So I want to hear, I guess they also did an interview that's a little bit more in depth, so I want to look at that as well.
A lot of women, take issue with what Dylan's doing, but I feel like Dylan has 8 million followers. There's so many kids watching that. They're very impressionable. They might want to change because they've seen their favorite TikTok star doing it. So I would just tell parents, kids should be careful on social media. They get very addicted easily. There's a lot of bullying on social media. I would just say to parents,
pitfalls of addiction to social media is accurate.
Make sure they're safe. They shouldn't be on TikTok all day. They should be out, playing soccer, reading books. So I would just say to parents, just keep an eye on your kids, because there are a lot of people.
Yeah, keep an eye on your kids, and they may watch Ollie London.
That influence kids like this. Dylan Mulvaney is almost pushing kids.
Oh, hey, it's this person. We looked at this person. They had such a fun time. Also, nice outfits.
Telling them to, Dylan keeps saying that they're a girl, not a woman. They want to be a girl. They want to go through puberty, and they're 25 years old. So, I think that manipulates children's minds, and they also want to be like these influencers.
What would you say to your child if you had a one-on-one with a child who was struggling with gender dysphoria? What would you say to them?
Yeah, I would just say, just remain strong. Find love within your heart. Also going to church is very helpful when you hear.
Oof. You mean going to church? Maybe if they go to the Catholic schools here in Denver that the Archdiocese said that they should not be allowed in the schools. Maybe they should go there. Maybe there.
Teachings of Jesus,
because that's the place you want to go.
It's just very positive, and some kids, they feel lost, they feel confused. So I would just say to the kids, you will get through this. Stay strong. This is just a phase. You one day are
I don't know who the CBN
successful
person is, but
career. You're going to have a great education.
They're depressing me with their look of belief over this person's rhetoric.
Support you. Family, friends. There are psychiatrists. There are people out there to help. So if any kid is watching this and feeling confused.
What's funny is you go to a psychiatrist. If you go to a professional, you know what they're going to say if you have gender dysphoria? They're going to say, cool, we can proceed with gender affirming care. We don't have to go down the hormone route, but we can if that's something you want. If that's also something that the pediatric psychiatrist thinks is appropriate. But most likely they're just going to tell you to socially transition. Meanwhile, he's saying go to a doctor, they'll tell you to socially transition, then go to the church where they'll kick you out of the church and alienate you from there too. So, it's just completely mixed messages and sending kids, like, God forbid a child hears, like a trans kid hears this. God for fucking bid.
Lost. Just know that there's people out there that can help.
Great. And are there members of the trans community that have reached out to you since you made the decision to detransition?
Yeah, so on one side, I've had a lot of people that detransition that have actually messaged me and show their support.
Oh, by the way, the actual rate of detransition is somewhere in the, I believe, 1% to 3% range. And the actual number of the regret for the initial transition to their preferred gender is also somewhere in the, I think it's like 3% to 4%. I could be wrong about that, but like below 5% for transition, which is rather low. Also, the reasons people tend to detransition has nothing to do with the actual surgeries. It has everything to do with the social stigma that's created after they get those surgeries, which the stigma doesn't really go away. It's just they're a little bit less in the open once that happens.
Thank me for speaking out. I've had so many parents across America, saying thank you. They've also shared their stories.
Saying thank you for now I can show my kid that a TikToker said detransitioning is good.
The very, very kind of far liberal trans groups, they have been really, really harassing me like nonstop on Twitter. I've had so many direct messages, death threats, harassment. And
really, organizations sent you harassment and death threats? That seems like kind of a lie, but okay.
Would anyone want to do that hate? God and Jesus are all about love, spreading positivity, helping one another, kindness. So I feel like these people, they're not happy with themselves, so they're trying to project their hate on someone else. But yeah, they've sent me so much hate, and I almost feel like the trans lobby has almost become like a cult.
The trans lobby. Oh, we're doing the cult thing. We're doing the cult thing. Yay! It's every grift, guys. It's every single grifty talking point.
pushing this
This
into
is
the education system.
I need a speed run counter for this.
Like me, I left the trans community.
Oh,
and
there it is.
Me.
I left the trans community. I left the left. There it is.
They call me names of mine. They compare me to some very
Oh
horrible
man,
people.
I guess Blair White kind of became old hat.
To Hitler, like really, really horrible things. But I just ignore that.
What's funny is the right wing would probably compare the people who transitioned Ollie Davis originally as like Mengele. So, just point that out.
All about love, all about positivity, finding God and finding happiness within.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Ollie, I just want to thank you for joining me.
What is this? Oh, it's a crit. No wonder. Either way, I'm glad we looked at this. But no wonder this person was like already bought into all of this. It's a Christian propaganda site. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was thinking CBS. That's why I was really confused. Because I was like, what is this CBS reporter doing with this this look of like, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's flip over really quickly. Let's check into the nope, dark mode. Let's take a look again. What are we at? 50.7 to 49.3. More than 95%. Oh, did they call it? I think it's called. Race called. Okay, AP called it. Has CNN called it yet? Let's find out. CNN. Let's see. Okay, can I just? Okay, let's see.
Warnock will win re-election in the Georgia Senate.
When was this? 15 minutes ago?
Republican challenger Herschel Walker. Warnock, who joined the Senate after his...
All right. Woo! Oh, where's the song? Where's the song? Where's the song? Shit. Wait. I have to type instrumental? Oh shit, is this copyright? I didn't even think about this. Is this copyright? Oh, I hope it's not. Either way, W, victory, squad W, let's get it. Good for that. All right, sweet. Herschel Walker, victory. Oh yeah, that's the next thing. Victory. Okay, cool. I don't have a soundboard. Yet. I'm sorry. I wanted to work on that today, but I just didn't get around to figuring out a way to do that. But either way, the Senate is now going to be, I believe, 51. What's the Senate makeup going to be? It's like 50. I don't think it's 50-50 now. It's going to be like 51. Senate results. Let's take a look. 48, or no, it's just gonna be 49-49. Yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, no. Because what were they? They're 49. No, they're at 50-50 with Kamala. So now it should be 50. Yeah, I'm so confused. Point is, Democrats opened up a 1-seat lead in the Senate for the midterms in 2022, which is pretty shocking. Rather shocking indeed. All right. So, let's stick on this just because this is tangentially in the same ballpark. So, Breaking Points. I don't watch Breaking Points really. I have my issues with Breaking Points. Counterpoints is their, I guess, Friday show where Ryan Grimm and Emily Jashinsky show up and kind of do, I guess, more of kind of the same, just also countering. I'm not 100% sure. Point is, so the Supreme Court is hearing a case coming out of Colorado about a web designer's right to not design websites for gay married couples because they believe that it somehow infringes on their right to discriminate. I don't know. So With the kind of cultural assault on the LGBT community going on these days, you have kind of the side of it. So you have like kind of the three sides of it. You have like the incredibly violent, far right, crazy side, which is kind of like the Aldrich guy we looked at who shoots up a Club Q. You have the propaganda side, which is, you have the propaganda corner. This is kind of like a triangle. No, you do whatever. A triangle. It's what if we did that? No, that won't go far enough. You know what a triangle looks like, all right? One of the corners is violent extremists. Another corner is propaganda leaders like Tucker Carlson, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro. Tim Pool doesn't really delve as much into the LGBT stuff. He stays more on the like raw politics side of it, which is very boring. But anyway, you have that side of it. And on the third pole, you have the savviest one of them, I suppose you could say, which is the legal institutional push toward marginalization of a group. So this is done through federal judges that are appointed by the likes of Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump, specifically to the Supreme Court. This is done through legislation throughout the states. This is done more on the legal grounds that the right wing has been. This is kind of the fight that they've been setting up for quite a while. Is a lot of this sort of this is kind of the side of it you don't see. This is the legal fight that's happening in the background. So meanwhile, while there are far right extremists committing acts of violence, and while there's Tucker Carlson pushing propaganda, quietly there are cases moving through our levers of law that end up justifying second-class citizenship to, shockingly enough, the same people who are victims of those two other polls. So, with that, I kind of wanted to take a look because I saw counterpoints with these two did a debate or whatever over the current case that the Supreme Court is hearing, the one that they heard oral arguments on Monday for. So I kind of want to look to see what their take is on this. So let's take a look. What's happening? Oh, I'm stupid.
Case, potentially a landmark case in front of the Supreme Court. Oral arguments happened yesterday in the 303 creative case, which I really think could be a landmark First Amendment case now that the balance of the court has shifted rightwards. Folks are expecting this to change what happened in the map.
So this is kind of a replay. Also keep in mind, this is kind of a replay of the, gay wedding cake whole bit that the Supreme Court just kind of decided to punt it back to the states and not really want to come down one way or another on it. That is also when the court was a lot more evenly split. But as homegirl there pointed out, the court is a lot more right wing at this point. It's shifted quite far to the right. So with that makeup, they're now kind of running this playbook again, considering the person who's bringing this case, Lori Smith. She's not been forced or asked to make a website or whatever for a gay couple. This is preemptive. So that kind of tells you where the what's the word I'm looking for? Where the motivation is a little bit. This is all a made up a clash of two people's rights. This is fully fabricated. This is just in the hypothetical situation still. That's going to the Supreme Court. So keep that in mind as well.
Masterpiece Cake Shop case, which a lot of people might remember. Jack Phillips, he's a Colorado baker, ended up in the Supreme Court because essentially he was being compelled legally to create what he sees as art, which would be the decoration of a cake, the baking of a cake, the decoration of a cake for causes like same-sex marriages that he didn't agree with. He said, I'll happily serve any customer. It doesn't matter race, sex, religion, sexual orientation. I will serve any customer. I can't create art that violates my values. So that ended up at the Supreme Court as to whether the government...
Okay. So that is kind of the, I think, little wrinkle that they're kind of seizing on is like, oh yeah, the cake that I'm creating is a work of art, which while I wouldn't necessarily disagree with, cake, baking is it can be an artful hobby and an artful expression of one's values. It runs a little bit up against the I talked about this earlier, or not earlier, but I talked about this yesterday, where when you own a business, when you own a business that is licensed by the United States and it's a public business, there is no clause in that where you get to not serve people for whatever reason. That's not really, because again, you're receiving your license to participate as a business owner by the United States. You cannot, as that person, then just refuse to allow people to participate in your little corner of the economy. Everybody needs to be able to participate in every part of the economy. Now, I believe there's kind of a carve out for like freelance work, as an example. If you're a freelancer, that's not something that applies to you the same way. In the sense that if there is a if you're a freelance photographer, we'll say, because your shop, you're not selling really like a shop, you're selling your service, like you are the business, you are the table, because that is different from you owning a bakery and then that bakery not refusing and that bakery refusing to sell a wedding cake to a gay couple. That is different. That's kind of the way the carve out works. I'm not really sure if I agree with that. That makes sense mildly, just because independent contractors are different. You're not selling, in that case, you are selling you. So you could make that argument for independent contractors, but employees at a business, an owner of a business, that's a business at the end of the day, is its own establishment. So keep that in mind.
For the sake of preventing discrimination, can compel him to do that. Lori Smith is now in front of the Supreme Court. She's also from Colorado, and she's doing the same thing, basically. She's a graphic designer, a website designer. So she's saying she doesn't want to create wedding websites for same-sex couples, and Colorado has that protective anti-discrimination law. That's what got Jack Phillips, ended up having the court case of Jack Phillips a masterpiece in the first place because of Colorado law. Ryan,
so what was the precise result of the wedding cake?
It keeps
decision?
going back and forth.
Was the cake maker told that? Because the law, I know the law was upheld, but there was some carve out for the cake maker or something.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's not a clean cut, and that's what the right is hoping for in 303 Creative, that you would have a 303 Creative. I hate it. Of conscience in this case.
So basically, they carved out. They're like, all right, you don't have to make this particular cake.
Yeah, it was, and
but everybody else has to follow the law.
And Jack Phillips continues to get sued to do the same thing, to make the same types of cakes. And so it's one of those things where the right is hoping that there can be a more clear-cut protection in this case. And the oral arguments yesterday were interesting. Ryan, we both had a similar reaction just looking at some of the stuff as it goes down. Let's actually put, let's play the SOT D2 because we get the audio clips from the oral arguments, which is always fun. So here's one from yesterday.
In light of what Justice Kennedy wrote in Obergefell about honorable people who object to same-sex marriage, do you think it's fair to equate opposition to same-sex marriage with opposition to interracial marriage?
So also, I want to say the thing about same-sex marriage, unfortunately, I think at least the more I think about it, unfortunately, as much as I understand that there's like the, oh, well, I'm like Christian or whatever, and I don't like, as far as I'm concerned, it kind of comes down to simply the fact that, look, like, this isn't really something, making a cake for somebody for their wedding, for like a gay couple, right? If you had too many orders, if you were too understaffed, or if it just wasn't available schedule-wise, that's one thing, right? But at the end of the day, your disagreement is the institution of marriage for gay folks. Like, that is where your disagreement is, which is illegal. Like not thinking that, but like in your mind, you're making it that is not okay, that is not something permitted in our society, when it absolutely is. So it's, it's a denial of somebody's rights to a degree, I suppose. It's just like your disagreement. You can do the, it's because I'm religious, because I'm this, I'm that. I'm like, that's fine if that you feel that way, but I'm sorry. Like, in this society, gay people get to be married. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you on that one. Sorry, we've already, the society has spoken. They're equal. They need to be treated as equal. Just because you disagree with them being equal doesn't mean you get to treat them materially unequal.
Yes, because in how the law applies, not
that is an unflattering picture.
Discussion.
My dude looks like a fucking beetle.
Honorable people have different views.
Like the Beatles,
there
not
was
the
a lot
bug.
of back and forth that went in some very strange hypotheticals were floated.
Black Santa.
Black Santa.
And it went in that was, you were hearing the voice of the Colorado Solicitor General Eric Olson, who was defending the comparison of race and sexual orientation. A lot of justices pushed him on that note, and the people who analyze courts and analyze these oral arguments seemed to think it was pretty clear where this decision was going to go, which was favoring Lori Smith.
Naturally.
What did you make of what we heard from the court?
It does seem like they've got the votes, and they're gonna try to ram this through.
Well,
the question will be how wide or narrow it is. But let's be clear here about what Lori Smith is asking for. Nobody has come to her and asked her to make a website for a same-sex marriage. Like, that hasn't happened yet. And it seems like she wants to make one of these sites where basically you fill in your name, your date, like when your wedding is, you can upload your photos. Like, you're basically the one that's doing the designing. But
okay, so I think I did hear about this also. I guess she's making like, you buy a template, and she just wants to restrict the ability to buy that template, which is not what she's like. That's not, that's like being like, oh yeah, I sell puzzle pieces for, I sell like puzzles that you just send me a picture of you and your loved one, and then I print it on the puzzle and send it to you. You can do that, but if you're gay, I won't make you that puzzle.
She'll like make the fonts and the pretty part in the background, and she wants to put up on. She hasn't built this yet. She wants to build it. She wants to put up on her site that same-sex marriages need not apply. But you need not try to.
So, I mean, guys, do I need to say it? Is this not separate but equal? Is it like, come on, like, this is just this is just X service whites only. That's all this is. That's all this is. That's what she's asking for. Like, where have you heard that before?
Do business at her shop. Like, this is only for opposite sex couples. Like, she wants to be able to put that on her website rather than somebody having walked through the door and said, "Hey, we'd like a website," and so that takes it. That I think is where the landmark element comes in, because if she can do that, then why can't Facebook do that? Why can't Twitter do that? Why can't any other?
Youch. Good one, Ryan. I've seen Ryan over the years, like in lefty media, and let me just say this: as somebody who's incoherent and unfocused with their rants and with their points, I fucking love me some Ryan Graham. Talks real slow, takes his time, is focused. It's like watching a sniper. Like, man.
For what?
Private company say that we don't allow same-sex couples to use our services.
But that's not what she's. I mean, she will serve any same-sex couple. She won't make a website for a same-sex wedding. She won't make a website that is.
Which is, I mean, that's not. What's the difference? What's the difference? There's no difference there. If you can be if you'll serve any two gay people, any gay couple, as long as they're not married, that is unequal, because you'll sell to any straight couple, but also if they're married. It's very obvious. Like, this isn't
specifically for the act of a wedding. And I would think,
but that's what her business is going to be.
Right. But that doesn't mean she wouldn't. Right.
Don't subscribe to them. Subscribe to me.
Itself.
Go to this YouTube channel. Subscribe to me.
Like, she wouldn't design a website, and it's the same thing with Jack Phillips. It's not that he wouldn't make a cake or decorate a cake for somebody's birthday, whatever their sexual orientation happened to be, or whatever their race or sex.
This isn't. It doesn't matter. Like, you can't do the oh, but you'll use it for this. That's not. No, like it. You're still baking. It doesn't matter. No, like, that's not how this works. I'm sorry, that's not how this works.
Whatever it was, they will still be served. They happily will be served by the business,
but not in the same way that straights
would. The wedding
would.
itself, if it violates your religious values, and that's why I think this case is so interesting, because this is a really fundamental question about the First Amendment. And you're right.
Is this seriously the show? I mean, like, you got Ryan Grimm here. Fucking Chad Steely Ryan Grimm having to deal, what is it? Washington bureau chief of The Intercept, and then homegirl who's like, but they don't want to make it specifically for a wedding, but they'll make it for literally anything else. It's like, cool, they'll make it for 90% of, like, straights still get 10% more services than non-straights, just on the basis of them being straight. Like, this isn't that hard. It's just not. You might as well have a sign. It is like you had a sign. So it's like you own a restaurant. You own a nice Italian bistro. All right. You tell them, you put on your, you got your ham, you got your capicola, you got your salami, you got your prosciutto, you got your pepperoni, you got your provolone, you got all the things, right? And you have a menu above you. And the menu says, Italian sandwich, right? You get it with ham, pepperoni, salami, some provolone, some lettuce, and some tomatoes. Down at the bottom, you have a little sign that says, what's the word? That says, blacks need not order. And next to that, you have another Italian sub. It's got salami, it's got ham, it's got all the same stuff, but crucially, no lettuce, no tomato. Now, while you might say, hey, look, black people, I will give you almost an Italian sub. I will almost give you that. But it's against my Italian heritage to do so. I'm sorry. Or you get the not as full sandwich. The rest of the people get the nice full sandwich with lettuce, tomato, and Italian dressing and everything else. You just get the meats and the cheese. That's all you get. Look, I'm willing to serve anybody. It's just I reserve this specific sandwich only for non-blacks. Now, this sounds ridiculous. It sounds absurd, and it sounds like a rather obvious, what's the word? A rather obvious excuse to discriminate against somebody. Because it is. It's not hard, guys. Like, this isn't, you can't just keep saying it's complicated and keep trying to make it about, well, but what if you meant the sandwich to be eaten? What if I didn't want to sell it because you had planned on shoving it like up your ass or something? Like, that's, I'm sorry, but like, no, people have a right to order the same, to have an opportunity to participate and be given the same services as everybody else does, regardless of race, regardless of sexual orientation, regardless of all of the other protected classes that we have. This isn't that hard. Like, my very obvious example, be damned. It's just not that complicated. And I don't like when we pretend that it's complicated, when it's rather obvious. It's just rather obvious what you would like to do.
That, like, I actually talked to her a few months back, and that was one of the things that I was getting at is, what is taking this to court? Where is this going, and why? And the Jack Phillips case it really did shake a lot of Christians in Colorado who said, we're just trying to operate businesses here and follow our values at the same time. And you've heard similar cases like this come up from Muslim business.
Then you should probably file to have like a religious institution or your business instead. I'm sorry, you're participating in the economy. You're participating in the marketplace, in the U.S. marketplace of economy. I'm sorry, that's I don't know what to tell you on that one.
Businesses, from Orthodox Jewish businesses, and it's becoming a real point of tension in society. And I think that's why a case like this, we also don't have an establishment of religion. Want to, whatever you think of the motivation to seek the protection,
the economy and the market and the economic marketplace is secular.
Is a pretty big tension point in the country right now.
And it's the same one that the kind of diner owners in North Carolina in the 1960s were using.
Thank you, Ryan.
That it was the
First
Amendment free right of somebody who owns a lunch counter to just serve whoever they want to serve.
Yeah, that's the Barry Goldwater argument too, who was very involved with the NAACP, who was saying it's not the federal government's responsibility to determine how a business owner wants to discriminate, which we have obviously rejected with the Civil Rights Act and in federal court since then. But that was the argument being made.
I think, right. And so I think the Supreme Court, I think, still believes that. I don't think even this Supreme majority would say that no, actually, a public accommodation like a diner can, in fact, is free to discriminate based on that. That's not speech. Like, that doesn't count as speech.
Yeah, you can't discriminate based on race.
Right.
Yeah.
But can you discriminate based on sexuality?
Well, and that's again where the Civil Rights Act was always a really interesting test case for this, because if somebody claims their religion is racist, right? They outright say, my religion discriminates based on race. Well, the federal government has stepped in and basically said, we don't care. if your religion says that you should be discriminating and segregating. If you have a pro-segregationist religious belief, you are not able to practice that as a business owner in your private property.
Which makes sense.
Federal government is stepping in. Now, I think that is a very, very reasonable, a very reasonable distinction.
Right.
Now, in this case, what's happened is that our public opinion on same-sex marriage has shifted very, very quickly, and it's a similar sort of
very
test
quickly.
Point. But
I'm not 100% sure. Very quickly is the way I would describe the acceptance of gay people in our society. I feel like people tend to start the history of gay rights at 2013, or maybe even a couple years before then. Gay people have been fighting for their rights for let's see, we got at least you got to go all the way back to the 80s with the AIDS crisis. Kind of see one of the bigger gay movements, the 70s. We're talking to the forefront of American politics in terms of civil rights. The 1970s post-Civil Rights Act is when gay activism really began its kind of national push. So, I mean, and that's what, 43 years? That's 40 years of history before 2013, or I think it may be 2015. I don't remember. I think it was 2013 that Obama came out as pro-gay marriage. Same with Biden, and the rest of them. I might be getting it might be 2015 that I'm talking about. But my point is that you say quickly, but I mean, quickly is 40 years is not a short period of time.
But at the same time, I think it's pretty much within the boundaries of, she has a position on same-sex marriage that Barack Obama had about 10 years ago. Literally 10 years ago.
And
right,
I think
and
it's
he was
fine
wrong
to
then
say
too,
that businesses should be able to choose, what business they want to do. Like if somebody comes into a t-shirt shop and wants a pornographic t-shirt made, a t-shirt shop can be like, no, that's not the kind of thing that we do.
We don't make porn. We don't make porn shirts.
If it's
we don't make anime shirts.
If it's like let's say it's a right-wing t-shirt shop, they shouldn't have to make gun control like t-shirts. Or if it's a left-wing one, they shouldn't have to make AR-15 t-shirts. Like I get that.
They should.
But to say that an entire class of people,
left-wing needs to get a little bit more comfortable with guns. I'm okay with saying that. The whole thing with the left wing and guns is, I mean, look, the right wing is definitely a little bit more rabid, and it wouldn't be the worst thing if you maybe learn some things. Guns are fun. Let's be clear, guns are fun. I know there's a lot of bad things. Again, I wish our gun culture in America was a lot better, but it's not all. They're fun mechanical instruments.
People, which are gay people, are not entitled to use this product. I think is different. Now, I don't think that you should force a poet to write a poem for a wedding that they don't support.
Sure.
I don't think you should force a harpist to play at one. Like if you're an artist, that's one thing. You can pick and choose. Now,
but Jack Phillips sees his work as
although
art.
I don't think. No, let me take a harpist.
And so does Lori.
Let me take a harpist back. Like I think a harpist. If you do wedding businesses, you should do all wedding businesses.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Yeah, because his whole thing is like if you work at weddings, then that's not really like your whole thing is I work weddings, not I only work straight weddings. Yeah, I get what he's saying.
Within reason. If you're booked that day, you can't do it. Like you can turn down business, but to turn down business, well, no, I won't play harp at a gay marriage like that. That I think a gay wedding. I don't think is okay within the bounds. That's not your speech. That's just a service. So I don't think.
But she sees it as her art, and then you get to this.
But she's already made like it's.
But the government
it's like a fill in the. It's like a fill in the blanks website. Like I think
it's literally a template. If it's literally a template, then that's not
her speech. It's not her speech. It's not her wedding. It's their wedding. It's their love. Like stop. It's not you. Like
so
it's
not about you.
You
God.
just agree that what she's doing in terms of website design is creative, and that I think so. But then the government is determining whether.
I would definitely say it is creative. There is a creative element to it, but I also think that people, whether they're gay or straight, have a right to the service still. Like especially if it's the as Ryan puts it, it's more of like a template deal. Then yeah, like obviously those people should have the right to be able to buy a wedding template the same way anybody would be able to buy a wedding template.
They're baking a cake as art. When Jack Phillips, who's been doing this for decades, sees it as art. He sees it as
and he won on that
passion.
Grounds, right?
Yeah, and then
I think the cake one.
Again, this is the government coming in and
the
drawing
carve
the line
out
as
is
to
the
what
art
constitutes
thing.
art, what constitutes speech, what constitutes. I mean, like all of these questions, I think, are good ones to.
You know
work
what's
out,
worse?
But
I also want to say this. Like with the Jack Phillips case, this dude could have just been like, "Sorry, I have like too many orders right now. I just can't accommodate you. But here's a referral for another cake artist, baker thing, whatever, that can help you get the cake you want on time." Like, I think one of the worst things about this is like you can easily, I've worked in retail. You can easily get out of like, ringing somebody up as an example, or making someone's sandwich because you're like, let the other guy make the sandwich this time or whatever. I'm like what is this like? No, I want to actively tell people, no, I'm not serving you because you're gay. Like it's just it's so far. It's like it's not about you. Calm down. Like good God.
David Harsani wrote a decent question. He was talking about. He says. Would Cole, who says the ACLU has been this nation's leading defender of free speech for more than a century, call for the state to intervene in the case of an evangelical customer who wants to compel a gay designer to create a website for an organization that wants to overturn same-sex marriage laws and preaches that acts of homosexuality are a mortal sin? And that's why, again, we get into this a lot with like evangelical Christians have a very particular cultural connotation right now, but this happens to people that are not just evangelical Christians. It happens to Muslims, it happens to Orthodox Jews, as we just were talking about. And if the protections, I think, are...
I just want to say to my Orthodox Jewish brothers and sisters out there, I don't ever hear from y'all. I like never hear anything from the Jews. That's all I'm going to say. All I ever hear is people talk shit about the Jews. I hardly ever hear them complain about anything. They just go about their lives, believe in their religion, do their own thing. I don't know why. I always got to hear about evangelicals.
Are not enshrined, it will happen to other people. It will happen to people who are pro-LGBT and get pushed on this.
My head does itch wearing the Santa hat. Admittedly.
And so I just think this protection in the sort of from the broader perspective is a worthwhile one. And I think this discussion is a testament to how interesting these questions are and how fundamental they are to the way we function as a country.
And I wonder if the country can get to a place where the war is so thoroughly won on that question that if there are a couple businesses that don't want to do it, that it doesn't hamper people's ability to get it done, because throughout history there's always tension between overreach and how much you force people along. Like if you take like the French Revolution, where they basically just like annihilate the Catholic Church, like that ended up not working out so well for them.
Not super well.
Eventually.
Not super well.
So if they had, been a little bit more, if they had created more space, as they did later in the Revolution, for people who were like, look, I'm not against the revolution, but we just want to keep our priests.
Yeah.
They were eventually like, okay, you know what, that's fine.
And that's a good point, because I think we're basically, I actually think we're pretty much there. And that's been the case with Jack Phillips. It's definitely the case with Lori Smith, and it's definitely the case with Barronell Stutzman up in Washington State, Forest. There are plenty of options at the same price point in all of these places. What happens is these, in some cases, it's activists are intentionally pushing the question and intentionally trying to get it to the courts.
Well, let's remember, the activist she's speaking of is specifically right-wing activists. Let's also make that incredibly clear.
Which this one was, right?
How do you mean? Yes, yeah. This case basically from start to finish, yes. And again, we're working it out in the court. So, but to your point, pending this decision, but I think the good news is, customers can get the product that they're looking for at this stage in the country, regardless of where they fall on that question. There are people who will serve you.
And I think it's hard for people in particularly LGBTQ community to feel comfortable in their gains at this point because of the backsliding that they're seeing from, say, like from the Fox News world. You're getting all of these kind of
very consistent messaging,
hour panics being built up. And so I think it's like, while from the right, you guys look around and you're like, you guys won. What are you worried about? You've got it. Just let us have our little web design company here in peace. From their perspective, they're still under siege. And so, and when both sides feel under siege,
which they've also kind of been told that they're really at war all the time, doesn't help
either to kind of reach a compromise, I think.
Absolutely, and I think that's what we see when we get these kind of test cases making their way through the court system. So we'll continue to follow this one for sure.
Hey guys, ready or not, 2024.
Ready or not, yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be 2023 soon. Yeah. So interesting. I like kind of the points that they brought up there. There is a certain aspect of, the, I think, right-wing, what's the word? Insecurity in their place in society. But I tend to generally land on the place of, at least when it comes to this sort of thing, I don't think a society where people are afforded the ability to reject services to people based on inherent traits, I don't think that's positive. I don't think it's good for society. I don't really think that's good for anything, really. They're just, I got no problem with, like I always say this to people, I guess, out in the real world or whatever, but for things you can't change, I don't feel comfortable critiquing. I don't feel good critiquing people for being short or being tall or being white, black, whatever, any of that stuff. That stuff to me is, you're not really critiquing a choice that somebody's made. There's nothing to critique. Someone can't help but be those things. But when it comes to the rights continued, I think, what's the word? Defense of their bigotry and kind of their discomfort with other people in society, and hiding behind their religion all the time. I just don't find that acceptable from a ethical or moral position. It's just, look, you don't think gay people should be allowed to get married. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to tell you, you lost that battle. In this society, we are past that point. Now, there are two things. You can either take that L and you're just going to have to kind of live with it. And sometimes, and this is kind of something I've learned, being an adult, sometimes you're going to have to do some stuff you don't necessarily want to do all the time, but that is overall good for the cohesion of society. And this is one of those cases where, I can understand they make the argument in terms of, like artists and, kind of the independent contract nature of artists and them doing commissions and stuff like that, which I understand. But, when you own a bakery that is open for anybody to order, you can't just arbitrarily weed out the people that it's just not good for society at the end of the day. Having I think Ryan mentioned same-sex couples need not apply. No, that is no different than asking for that's just wanting inequality for a different group that you don't see as equal. Or maybe, you know, in your mind you might not think it's like an equality thing. Like you're like, look, I think it's just I don't want to be a part of their wedding. It's like, no, it's not about you being part of it. Like you run a bakery, this is what you do. So there's also that case. We'll kind of see. Unfortunately, it seems like the court will most likely end up probably ruling in Lori Smith's favor, which is disappointing and an expression of political power by the right, quite frankly. You know, this is, unfortunately, there will be, you know, for every one of the situations where I think Emily there, for every time she's like, oh, well, we just want our one baker. But like, I think we all know that like, it's not going to just be that one baker, is it? It's not, because then, you know, one baker says, oh, well, I have the same thing, and another, and another, and another. And suddenly, because the government said we're not going to step in this case, suddenly gay people can only get their wedding cakes, their wedding anything, from one or two vendors, meaning they have less options. They are economically disenfranchised from participating in the same wedding economy that everybody else is. So it's I don't really think it's that complicated. You know, we understood this when we wrote the Civil Rights Act. The only difference is we didn't include people of different sexual orientations, which is something that Democrats should have done years ago. But they dragged their feet, and unfortunately, here we are. I feel like I've been going on a lot more longer rants today. Okay, so with that being said, we're going to take the probably one and only break that we're going to go to. Really just going to get some more water, take a couple deep breaths and such. But yeah, I guess this is the part where I say, if you're enjoying what you're watching, if you like what you see, I'd really appreciate a follow. It really helps me out. Growing this channel will allow me to do this more full-time and not have to have a normal, a 9-to-5 job, or, well, technically my hours are different from that. But my point is, I have a normal job that I normally work, that as much as I like, it's working in a kitchen, I like cooking and all. Being a line cook is not always the most fulfilling, nor is it the most fruitful work from a money standpoint. And quite frankly, this is something I've kind of always wanted to do anyway. So I'm really enjoying this so far. But again, like I said, if you're enjoying it, I'd really appreciate it. That'd be really cool. For now, we're going to go to a break really quickly. I'm going to grab some water. Then we'll come back, and we're going to do a little bit on the independent state legislator doctrine that's going to be heard tomorrow. And probably Thursday we'll talk a lot more about. But yeah, so see you at the end of the break. What did we do yesterday? We did I think I did the Stray Sheep song yesterday, so I think we're gonna do the Dead Rising Elevator song. Yeah, I like that song. Okay, see you guys in a moment, maybe like 2. everybody doing? Let's see. Sorry, I'm just reading some. Okay, cool. Just reading some emails really quickly. All right. So, the Supreme Court is going to be hearing tomorrow a oral arguments for the independent state legislator doctrine argument in their chambers. What this is essentially is putting the ability to draw district lines and make election rules for federal elections, put those in the hands of the state. Basically, the way it works right now is, actually, never mind. This is what we're going to do. We're going to watch this fun little short video so that I don't have to fumble explaining exactly what it is. So, let's take a look. Why does this feel so fast? It's not. Let's do it. So, it's also good to remember. I'm probably not going to, this is less than 2 minutes long. I'm not going to interrupt it that much. But it's also good to remember that presidential elections, federal, like specifically the federal presidential election, is not one very large, giant election. That's not what it is. What we have on election day are 50 state presidential elections that then we cobble together using the Electoral College and a bunch of other nonsense to come out to a winner. So keep that in mind. I feel like that's something that like people might forget, is that like it's 50 individual races. So keep that in mind. It's not one big race organized and what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Organized and facilitated by the federal government. It's 50 small state elections, some big states, state elections, that are determining it. So just keep that in mind. I just want, yeah. And it's that same for, that's the same for the House and the same for the Senate. So while the Senate really doesn't, because it's just 2 senators, it's flat, this would also apply to the House, where although they're federal elections, they are run, they are facilitated, they're organized by the state. So just keep that in mind. So you know what I just realized? It's muted. I just noticed that. All right, most of this is the words up on the
state
thing.
legislature theory explained.
This is what,
elections for
remember
Congress
guys,
and the president are
this is
federal,
what happens when you're live and
set most of the
you're
important
not a
details,
professional.
like how voters register and what times polls open and close.
I feel like you should have gotten
too many
the idea from the thing.
Abuse that authority. They manipulate districts to keep their party in power. That's called gerrymandering. Or they make it harder for people who oppose them to register and vote. That's voter suppression. And lately, Congress has been too gridlocked to stop them. So
I can't believe I let that run for as long as it did. That's funny.
Well, for more than 200
Thank God the video is
years,
short.
governors, state judges, and state constitutions have played a critical role. When state legislatures tried to grab too much power, governors vetoed them, state courts struck them down, and state constitutions set important boundaries. These are the checks and balances that protect your vote. But these guys are asking the Supreme Court to abandon that history, to eliminate checks on their power so they have nearly absolute control over elections. If they win, lawmakers in your state could eliminate voting by mail, early voting, and automatic voter registration. They could set up endless barriers to prevent you from voting. And they could gerrymander you, making your vote meaningless, all to keep their party in power. And there would be nothing you could do about it. This is what the independent state legislature theory is all about. It's an attack on our system of checks and balances, and it would create chaos in our elections. Our democracy works best when power is shared, not abused.
All right. That was fun, wasn't it? Brennan Center for Justice. All right. So, you get the gist. Again, I'm not any kind of legal scholar, so I'll let the people who know these sorts of things and know how to animate stuff explain it definitely a little bit better than I can. So, with that, I kind of want to read this article from Politico on kind of what the consequences might be. So, let's get to reading. All right, conservative attorneys hope to advance a legal idea in front of the Supreme Court on Wednesday that would give state legislators more control over elections, which could have a dramatic impact on everything from who gets elected to Congress to what rules voters must follow to cast their ballots in 2024. But it is unclear if the court will embrace the independent state legislature theory underpinning the case, and it will likely come down to divisions within the court's conservative majority when they hear arguments in Moore v. Harper. So that's going to be the case Wednesday. Most of the justices have already signaled where they are likely to fall on the theory, leaving a critical block of 3 of the court's conservatives as the potential majority makers. The 3 liberal justices are not going to buy into this, which makes sense. Conservative Justice Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, and Sam Alito, quote, are sympathetic to this argument, if not already fully committed to it, based on past writings. So also the kind of legal interpretation of this is I believe like kind of a playing with the exact definition of legislature. So it's kind of this weird originalist more like faux originalist way of interpreting the Constitution. That leaves Justice Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Barrett as swing votes. Those 3 justices in the middle are the ones that matter the most. The case stems from a fight over North Carolina's redistricting maps, but the arguments involved could affect state rules on things like voter ID, mail voting, and vote counting processes. The North Carolina State Supreme Court threw out a new political maps drawn by the GOP-controlled legislature on the grounds that they were an illegal partisan gerrymander, and a court drawn ultimately replaced the one enacted by the lawmakers. So essentially, the North Carolina GOP pretty much forwarded a rewriting of the district lines that were, how do we put this, pretty fucking racist. And then the court said, no, you don't get to do that. That is way too far. Gerrymandering in this country seems to have kind of like a acceptable limit that shouldn't be it. That I don't agree with that being a thing, but as of now, there's an acceptable limit to gerrymandering that you can do. This was way too much and deemed unconstitutional because there were too many votes of a certain demographic that were disproportionately disenfranchised. So, and what the independent state legislator theory is that the courts in a state don't have the ability to speak on the federal district lines drawn in a state because those aren't, because it's basically a lower court. It's a state court making decisions for federal lines. So who gives a shit? I mean, either way. You wouldn't want this change unless you wanted to forward, unless you wanted that map to have gone through, which was, again, racist and disenfranchised certain voters. Republican legislature leaders sought to block that new map at the U.S. Supreme Court, arguing that the elections clause in the U.S. Constitution leaves little room, or no room at all, in the most expansive version of, quote, independent state legislature theory, for state courts to weigh in on laws that govern congressional, congressional elections. The theory was once on the fringes of election law discourse, but it has now gained significant traction among conservative election lawyers, and if it's endorsed by the nation's high court, it would mean a dramatic shift of the jurisprudence around election law, rolling back state judicial oversight and giving state legislators near unchecked power to set the rules absent action from the federal government. Yeah, so essentially, as that fun little animated video demonstrated, it would essentially leave the drawing of congressional lines, which also matter heavily in the electoral college system that we have for our presidential elections. It would leave it in whoever's controlling the legislature, which right now, I believe a majority of state legislatures are held by Republican representatives. I could be wrong about that, but that sounds pretty accurate. First I yawn, I sneeze, and I yawn again. Good gravy. The theory already appears to have a foothold at the Supreme Court. Thomas joined a concurring opinion from Justice William Rehnquist during the fight after the 2000 election. By the way, how do we say this? Actual stolen election. That was the first prominent float of this idea that state courts have been overstepping their powers in election fights. Alito also authored a dissent earlier this year when the Supreme Court decided to let North Carolina's court-drawn map be used for at least the 2022 election, which seemed to endorse the theory. Gorsuch and Thomas both joined the dissent. So essentially they were pretty much arguing that they should let the gerrymandered version go because it was too late in the process, which if you're going to do it, as long as ballots haven't gone out, I don't see why you would think that unless you want a certain side to win. Quote, this clause could have said that these rules are to be prescribed by the state, which would have left it up to each state to decide which branch component, or officer of the state government should exercise that power, Alito wrote in March, but that it is not what the elections clause says. It's language that specifies a particular organ of the state government, and we must take that language seriously. What's up, Wolf Skeptic? How are you doing today? But Kavanaugh, Barrett, and Roberts are harder to read. Kavanaugh notably did not join that Alito dissent, though he did signal at least some friendliness to the theory. He concurred with the court's decision to let North Carolina's judicially drawn maps stand for now, saying it was too close to an election to turn them over, but he added that he agreed with Alito that, quote, the underlying elections clause question is important and that both sides have advanced serious arguments on the merits. Have they, though? Barrett and Roberts have even less of a paper trail on this position, on their positions. Barrett has written relatively little on election law during her tenure on the court, and she has not joined the group of conservative justices who seem amenable to the theory in writings about cases the court has considered on an emergency basis. Amy Coney Barrett does not have... Oh, you're fine. She doesn't really also have the same... what's the word? The same history and like really the same what's the experience that it seems like a lot of the other ones do. Right now, maybe let me get through this and then let me know what you want to talk about. Actually, we just had the the Georgia runoff just happened, so we can talk a little bit about that if you want. But let me finish this up, and then we'll kind of see what we have left. Let's see. Is a kind of question mark. So Jason Sneed, executive director. If she has any questions during oral arguments, that could be illuminating as well. He continued, adding that he hesitated to, quote, read the tea leaves over what justices ask in court. Roberts' feelings about the ISL theory may be the biggest unknown. The Chief Justice authored a dissent when the Supreme Court ruled Arizona's independent redistricting commission was constitutional, writing at the time that the decision was a magic trick with the elections clause that transferred power from the state's legislature to the commission via a voter-passed ballot measure. Roberts then wrote the majority opinion in the 2019 case that said that the federal courts could not police partisan gerrymandering, but left the door open for state courts to do so. God forbid you want to stop gerrymandering. It's not like gerrymandering is bad inherently. But Roberts has since shown increasingly institutionalist streak. Yeah, I've heard, yeah. I'll be paying attention to what the Chief Justice says. Okay. Having argued Rucho, I want to see the solution proposed in Rucho adhered to, so I'll be listening to questions from him. Wednesday's oral arguments are the second of two major election-related cases on the court's docket. In early October, the Supreme Court heard arguments on a case about the Federal Voting Rights Act and redistricting out of Alabama, where the state argued for a, quote, race-neutral reading of the landmark civil rights law, which has led to more minority representation in Congress. While justices seem chilly to that argument, the court still seems likely in some way to rework the current framework used to test if minority communities are seeing their voting power diluted, which would likely make it harder to bring challenges to redistricting maps and other laws. There's a wide range of potential outcomes. The most maximalist argument was from the Missouri Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft, who argued that neither state courts nor Congress had the right to intercede in redistricting decisions. Others instead wrote that while state courts should be restrained, they could still have a narrower role in interpreting state laws around the elections. Is it going to be a question of basically state courts just have no real role to play in federal issues, or questions of interpretation around ambiguous law? Okay, biggest question. Okay, I feel like, okay. Some proponents have seemingly pushed, let's see. Some proponents have seemingly pushed even further, alluding to the clause in the Constitution that dictates how presidential electors are chosen in their arguments, backing North Carolina. That's led worried liberal commentators to warn that they are opening the door for state legislators trying to throw out presidential elections. I don't think that's completely unfounded. While those fears set off pitched battle in op-eds and briefing footnotes, even some court watchers who are hostile to the independent state legislative theory argue that the fight would have little bearing on potential malfeasance around presidential electors. Are we sure about that? The biggest question is whether enough conservative justices agree on something to create a controlling opinion that would affect the rules of voting in the 2024 election. What I saw the petitioner side doing through the amicus briefs was offering variations on the same theme to give the justices different ways to rule in favor of the legislators without necessarily embracing the most extreme version. Whew. God, that felt like a lot. Also, it doesn't help that, like, my voice is starting to go after all that. Okay. So, to summarize, if I can be so bold, essentially, this fight is going to be over if the states-run legislature is able to basically run their elections with no oversight, which seems rather sussy to me. That seems very, very sussy to me. We'll talk about that come Thursday. The hearings are on Wednesday. The next show is going to be on Thursday. So we'll kind of talk about that there and kind of get into that whole little spiel. But it seems like you want to come on, Wolf Skeptic. And I'm looking at what I have left, and nothing the rest of I have left is kind of hanging out. So, I guess let's chit chat, shall we? I enjoyed our last talk. It was fun. A fun old time. Let me open Discord. I don't even have Discord open yet, so give me a second. What do you want? Okay, that seems like I'm pretty sure that seems like it worked. Okay. Phenomenal. Hopefully I sent you the right link this time. I remember last time I was generally having trouble remembering which or figuring out which link to actually link you. Oh, good gravy. Let's see what's going on Reddit these days while we wait. Let's see, when was this? Oh, this is 3 hours ago. This is already over. No, I didn't want that. There we go. Do that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. That should be the chat link. Here's a question. I got you. Is it still on dark mode? No, it's on light mode. Now it's on dark mode. This should work. Let me know if that doesn't work. Should work, but let me know just in case it doesn't.
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Currently my settings is push to talk. So do you mind if you give me a moment to like switch that since it's more easier for my fingers?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Push to talk is incredibly shit. Never know why that was an option. Do your thing.
Well, the reason why I think that was an option is primarily because, well, this is just what I was told. I'm not entirely I don't know this myself. This is just from first or second hand accounts. The reason why push to talk is a thing is because if you're on like VC with someone and like another person's stream, it's just more easier to like silence them or like stop them from like continuing on with some sort of persistent rant.
I suppose. I mean, I feel like you would just mute the channel if like, I mean, from my perspective, if that was happening, I would just mute the Discord channel. I'd be like, all right, well, like, I feel like there's easier ways for somebody like in my position to deal with that. But push to talks, I don't. It's yeah, you have to like constantly like. I wouldn't be able to deal with that. I would end up forgetting to press the button, go on some long rant, and then never anything would get heard. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it's a lot. I mean, I know this is kind of a lazy opinion for me to say, but it's just a lot of pressure on the thumb, and it just kind of hurts your finger when you're pressing on it for that long.
Hey man, carpal tunnel's a thing. People's hands hurt after playing video games. Like I last two sessions of Call of Duty, my hands were like killing me. Like every once in a while, I just have to give them a good shake because it's just too much video game playing.
Right. Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, that's cool. Ooh. Do you play do you play Rainbow Six or like Ubisoft games in general?
Ubisoft, well, yes. Assassin's Creed, yes, and Watch Dogs, yes. Uh, is Infamous part of Ubisoft?
No, that's Sucker Punch. I think that's Sucker Punch. I believe.
Oh,
It's the people who made Ghost of Tsushima. So whoever those folks are, which that's a crazy turn to go from that to that.
Well, I mean, the thing is like Sucker Punch is very similar to Ubisoft, so it's very common for people to get those two things confused. But yes, Assassin's Creed, and I do have Rainbow Six Siege on my computer and my PS4, and I also have what else do I have? Fortnite. Not sure. I mean, you didn't ask, but that's also what I kind of have. So
I have still yet to play Fortnite. Like I think I've seen it been played, and I'm just like, my brain begins to melt thinking about it because it all just looks like a lot of just a lot happening. Like my ADHD brain, I feel like it's something that my ADHD brain should be able to focus on, but it just can't. It's too much sensory overload for me personally.
Oh yeah, that does make sense, and it also would make sense because the thing is like it's more sort of a game that's suited and like demographically speaking centered around like people in the Zoomer generation. So that's why it's a little bit difficult for people older than that to try to get into it. But I also just like it because it's just more convenient game wise because it's not really a hard task for me to really get into.
That's fair. The only reason I asked about video games is because I guess there's an Assassin's Creed. I just saw there's like an Assassin's Creed Easter egg in a Rainbow Six map and whatever the new map. I haven't played in forever. I used to play like a lot. Maybe a year. No, like 2 years ago, maybe. I want to say, yeah, I played like a lot 2 years ago. But I haven't played a lot recently, but I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. They have like the Animus machine from like the first game, which you don't see as often. Most of the time you see like the other ones. But anyway,
that is pretty cool that they added that to there.
I always appreciated Siege. It's a good game. It's just very, very steep learning curve. That's like the big thing. But so tonight we had the Georgia runoffs. What do you think? It was rather close. Rather close.
It was close, but I'm also not surprised that it was that close. But I'm also not surprised that Warnock managed to succeed like over 3 points. So actually, not 3 points, like 2.5 points ahead.
Looks like it. I'm looking at it now. It's 51.3 to 48.7. I think the projections were always 3% when I looked at them earlier. But yeah, I mean they were in a dead heat for hours, probably. Like this was, I will say from my perspective, at least from my view, I did not like seeing that as I don't like seeing it come this close, quite frankly. I know that's a lot of that I think is due to I think there was like it was about a 10% decrease in actual turnout, so that kind of explains that, but that's not great. Coming in that close is not great.
No, it's not. But I'm also thinking of this from a material perspective in like the politics of Georgia. Because isn't like Georgia like one of the reddest states in the U.S. And the thing is like when it comes to my personal perspective on Georgia and the runoffs, I mean it's a little bit more from an outsider's perspective because I did tell you I'm Canadian, right?
I don't think you did. I don't think I knew that part.
Well, now you know.
Now I know.
I'm in Alberta currently.
Okay. That's in Calgary, or Calgary's in. I only know Canada because I'm a wrestling fan.
Okay.
So I literally only know Canadian things from wrestling.
Why Bret Hart?
No, Bret Hart. Owen, Kenny Omega, Chris Jericho. I know other Canadians. We don't talk about Chris Benoit.
No.
We don't talk about him at all. He died in Georgia. That's There's a connection, I
Yeah,
guess.
he did. Yeah, there is definitely something to it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Alberta is a province, and Calgary is a city in the province,
Okay.
although it's not the capital of Alberta. I mean,
Right.
contrary to popular belief, because a lot of Americans tend to think that because Calgary is the biggest city in Alberta, it's
Makes sense.
Edmonton that's the capital, that's the provincial capital. So
Okay. Okay. And like if I remember, so again, you'll forgive my um American centric view here, but I'm assuming the provinces work very similar to states in that they have their own little provincial. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say that word. Provincial like governments and bodies that is that kind of how the relationship is?
Yes. I mean, if you look at it from, like you said, an American-centric lens, I mean, it's very much functions like the states do in like the U.S. And most of the main policies regarding education, healthcare, and individual rights and things like that, that's usually just left up to the provinces to decide.
Okay,
Like the
that makes
biggest
sense.
difference is that Canada is a confederation while the U.S. is a federation.
Right. Interesting. I the whenever I hear people do like the we're not a democracy or we're a republic, we're not this, my eyes admittedly begin to glaze over a little bit.
Well, yeah,
But
that's the
yeah.
thing. I do think it does kind of get a little bit semantical when people say, well, in the US that it's not a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. And I do
It's
think that, yeah.
I mean at least from my view is it always felt like the um because like I'm not sure how many Republicans you talk to, at least American Republicans, but there is a lot of, I find, it's kind of like self-branding that they do on that on their side, where they will never say the Democratic Party, they will never say Democratic politicians. They generally tend to say Democrat, politicians, Democrat Party, da 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 da, in kind of a way to separate it from democracy, from the institution of like democracy and democratic values. So I always, and that's why they kind of lean on, it's a republic because we're Republicans. So that's kind of always been how I see it. Whenever I ask anybody that, they don't really get into the details. It's why my eyes glaze over. I'm like, there's no difference. Please stop talking.
I mean, yeah, it's just a word game, and it's funny how they try to like reinstall the word games to like Democrat, considering that like not just Democrat in the U.S. but Democrat, like that term all across the world is defined by someone's support of democracy. I mean, that's what Democrat means. So
yeah, I found that it's like this basically nothing term. Like it's also my favorite one is whenever they do the Democrat thing. I always love when people say that, because it immediately reveals that like your politics are essentially just jerseys. Like it might as well be red jersey versus blue jersey. Like that is as far as you've gone to think about it.
I mean, usually the people that I know here, because yes, I do talk to some Republicans in the U.S. and that's also because a lot of people from Texas go over to Alberta because of the oil and gas, because that's one of the big common traits that's well known between Alberta and Texas is being like hugely invested in oil and gas. So and but yeah, I mean, I have heard them say Democrats, and those people tend to be the ones that watch InfoWars on a regular basis.
It's so luckily my dad has said it to me before, and like thank God he's only really like a Mark Levin, Don Imus guy, which isn't, it's better, but could be. I guess it could be worse. It could be worse.
So is he kind of like leaning towards like the Glenn Beck direction?
A little bit. So he lives back in Virginia, so I don't get to talk to him. I'll pick his brain every once in a while about politics over text, but I'm going back for Christmas, so I'm gonna talk to him a lot and try to pick his brain. But I would assume, I know he was like I know he liked Glenn Beck back then, or at the very least I remember Glenn Beck being on the TV at home growing up. So Not 100% sure, but I'm sure. I don't think he followed them over to the Blaze. The man is incapable of adopting like internet media, so that's probably why he doesn't do the InfoWars stuff.
Oh, so he kind of just kept to like the radio thing, so to speak. Because I don't think the thing is with Glenn Beck. I mean, I don't think he has his own TV program. I mean, I know that he was on Fox News for a little bit, and then he got fired for conspiracy theories.
Yep, I believe that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it was because I think sorry, not Alex Jones. I'm getting to that actually. Because I think the Glenn Beck said something like similar to what Alex Jones said about Jews. So Fox News just fired him right away.
Wow. I mean, they did have to cut out that bit of the Kanye interview that he did with Tucker. So, they're not to say that they're incredibly pro Jewish people, but it seems like they know where they're
pro-Israel, right? They're pretty, I mean, not pro-Jewish, but they are pretty pro-Israel. So they do try to, I mean,
toe that line.
Fox News, they do try to moderate it a little bit because I mean, like because I'm assuming because in like the American sense, it's a little bit different in Canada, but in the American sense, I assume that the basic logic is that if you are a big supporter of Jewish communities, then you are default in support of Israel.
A little bit. So it really depends. I would say overall, if we're talking like institutionally, yes. There are activist groups in the U.S. that are pushing back against that, but one of the largest, I think, lobbying groups is I want to say it's AIPAC, but I could be wrong.
It's AIPAC.
And they're a pretty heavy, is pro-Israel group. They've run ads. They've run against like progressives who are a lot less pro-Israel. So yeah, I mean, media wise, from a very unnuanced perspective, yeah.
I mean, yeah, that is true. Like what you're saying about that there are plenty of Jewish organizations that are pushing back on that, but I'm also talking about like the mainstream perspective because I don't think that those organizations, those progressive organizations, are the mainstream or at least get the same sort of big attention that the Israeli groups have.
Oh no, not at all. Yeah, if we're talking like mainstream, mainstream stuff, they're gonna be if you're there's you'd be right in that assumption. Yes.
Oh yeah, and because I do know that there is a lot of big groups in California that are very pro-Palestine.
I would guess so. I know there is there's a pretty decently sized Palestinian community in the kind of on the West Coast. We have a little bit of it here in Colorado, not an incredibly large community, but there is. I noticed that you kind of see the more pro-Palestinian stuff whenever you get into left-wing areas, which is going to be more California, but also you have
maybe not left-wing areas, but like liberal areas.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, because liberals, I feel like if you act like my mom is the stereotypical normie liberal. If you asked her about Israel, she would not really. She would be like, sure, whatever. It's fine. I guess it's fine. I haven't really thought about it super hard. I don't know how much liberals really have thought too much about the whole Israel Palestinian conflict as much. I'm a little skeptical that they've.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with that sort of schools of thought in the U.S. is that they kind of see Israel as an open and shut case.
Yeah, which I appreciate because, like, you have people like Bernie Sanders who luckily can't be labeled as anti-Semitic, even though their AIPAC has tried to paint him that way. But he's been very pro-Palestinian, very anti, like, the Netanyahu regime. So there's also, it's getting there, but like, again, you'd have to be activating so many normie Democratic voters and liberals where I'm not activating them still takes time.
Yeah. I mean, as with Bernie Sanders, I mean, I mean, yes, that is true. I mean, although he does like support like a two-state solution, and he's also, I mean, he is like in the anti-Netanyahu like right-wing faction of Israel. But as for like the foundation of Israel or like the idea of Israel, I think that he has stated that he's in support of that, because I remember he was tweeting during the election in 2020 that he does not support the BDS movement.
Right. I haven't seen that. I'd be interested to see.
He doesn't support the BDS movement, but he is against the states banning those, because I hear that there was some BDS protests in the U.S. that the red states tried to ban due to like their claim of anti-Semitism, and I believe that Sanders spoke out against that. So he doesn't support BDS, but he supports Palestinians' right to protest their land.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's good old. That's our pro First Amendment grandpa Bernie Sanders being like, I might not agree, but these people have a right to protest and protest in whatever way they want to.
Oh yeah, like I remember when Ann Coulter, like I'm assuming you've heard of her, right?
Oh yeah.
I remember that
despicable
she was
person.
Like, yeah, she is very disgusting in her personal beliefs, but she was banned from talking at a university. I don't remember which one, but I remember Sanders spoke out against that and was saying that she should be allowed to speak because he believes in free speech or something like that. He said something like that in a tweet.
I know he's caught flack from the left for a few things, but like most of it has been. Go ahead.
Like I was gonna say, like wasn't his nickname at one point the Amendment King?
Yeah. So yeah, because he has a history track record of like fighting for amendments to get into bills. Basically, I think he has like one of his like his amendment I guess like acceptance rate or whatever, however you would term that, is his KD is very high in that regard. Got to give the man his credit.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit where credit's due.
Yeah, like because I know I remember there was in 2016 they made a stink about his vote on, it was like some gun control stuff, and it was specifically on whether family members of victims of gun violence can basically go after local gun shops for like violence and enacted by like psychos who go on who go postal. And I believe he pushed back against that and voted against that, just because in his mind he was like, this isn't the problem, that this isn't the way you solve gun control in America.
Yeah, absolutely. And is this connected to the red flag laws by chance?
I'm not 100% sure. That vote was like pre-2015 probably. So I mean, there's a possibility it was in there. But I know each state has their own. I don't necessarily remember which state they were referring to. I would assume it's Vermont, but I just don't know 100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, he doesn't, he has like a D rating from like the NRA, which somebody with the rest of his politics you would think has like an F, but he actually had like a D rating. Like, he's not.
Which is kind of, well, I mean, the NRA is also pretty biased. I mean, they're pretty much a Republican think tanks, because I think like if you really look at Bernie Sanders' policies on gun control, I mean, yes, he does support like the Clinton style assault weapons ban that did happen from 94 to 2004, I believe. And
yeah,
I think beyond that, I think he's pretty moderate.
Yeah, I mean he's explained I believe his support for the assault weapons ban, because I believe it was tied to the what is it? It's essentially no, not the Sandy
Hook shooting, right?
No. So that happened, the Sandy Hook was in 20 something. No, the
2013?
20, it might have been. No, it was earlier than that, wasn't it? No, it had to be during Obama. But the assault weapons ban from the 90s, they tied in that bill. They tied I don't remember what, I think it's the
well, I mean that was under Obama, because he was president from 2009 to 2017, right?
Right.
And, he did.
Yes.
He did talk about.
Yeah.
He did talk about banning assault weapons, but Obama never did that. As a matter of fact, and this is actually kind of funny and a little bit ironic, Trump actually did more gun control than Obama did.
Really? In what way?
Well, he did the bump stock ban, and he raised the age of gun ownership from 18 to 21, and he also supports red flag laws. And on top of that, he also talked about a handgun ban in some major cities like Detroit.
Detroit's a major city still? I was actually talking to somebody about Detroit. It is. Have you ever been to Detroit? I don't suppose you have.
Personally speaking, no, I have not.
Never go to Detroit. I'm not gonna lie. I went to Detroit once, maybe 10 years ago. It was the worst experience. One of the worst experiences of my life.
Well, that's my friends tell me, because I have a lot of friends here in Alberta that come from Detroit, and they tell me it's a fucking hellfire, and that people there are, a lot of people there will, try to do something as soon as you are in a back alley. So.
Yeah, to put it in perspective, it's like Detroit is a major metropolitan city in the US. If you go and stand in the city center in the middle of the day, there's nobody on the streets. There's nobody driving around. There was nobody in the streets. It's nothing. It's a fucking ghost town. Like, it's crazy. You're surrounded by these huge skyscraper buildings, but they're all empty, and the entire city is dead silent. It's terrifying. It's like being an I Am Legend. It's awful.
Yeah, that's what I heard. It's and it's the thing that's kind of funny about Detroit. I mean, you probably heard this a lot. Like, there's this idea that more police equals less crime and more safety. But Detroit is obviously an example that can debunk that, because doesn't Detroit have the highest police presence in any city in the US?
Well, yeah, they have RoboCop.
Yeah.
Detroit is a good example for a lot of things, in terms of not just income inequality, but the result of failed economic policy in the US, along with, I mean, the police are there to police people, the last 5 people in the city. There's a lot of problems with Detroit. I'm not super read up on everything with Detroit, but I genuinely mean it. It was one of the worst experiences. You would see police every once in a while, and you'd see the police car roll around, but you wouldn't see any other cars. So it's who else lives in the city besides police? Yeah. And it's all just homeless people.
Did you ever see any drug gangs?
No. So I didn't live there. We were there for 48 hours. We made a horrible decision to go see a concert there. So we drove all the way from Virginia. Very long drive.
Fuck the concert.
Yeah, no. It was one of those cases where my friend offered, he was like, hey, we got to go all the way. If you want to come, you don't have to pay for a ticket or anything. And I was like, I'll go. He didn't want to go alone. And I was like, I like road trips. I'll see a new city. It's free. It's fine. I'm fine with that. I'll go. Worst mistake. It's worst mistake. Yeah. Worst mistake I've ever made. Just to see a free show.
Yeah, definitely not fucking worth it, man. And another thing that's a big issue in Detroit, because since we're talking about, Detroit being a good example of a lot of things, I mean, with Detroit, I mean, there's a lot of fucking good examples for their problem of systemic racism. And besides police brutality, with a lot of the black communities in Detroit, obviously very impoverished. They have a lot of those communities do not have access to clean drinking water, and some of their water is contaminated by the fucking corporations that put chemicals in there.
Yeah, what's the there's the town, I think it is. I can't what is it? Is it Flint? Yeah, how close is Flint? Because they didn't have water for a really long time. Thank you. I'm not even sure. I'm kind of curious now. How close is that to Detroit? Oh God.
That's the thing. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh no, you're good. I'm literally just talking out loud because I'm looking it up on Google Maps. Where the fuck? Detroit, Ann Arbor, London. London? That's too close. Show me Flint, Michigan. Where are we? Okay. So it's like it's like a. I wouldn't say it's a suburb, but it's like the next closest large city like area. Okay, so they're not overall in completely different zones, but different city. It's like, damn, I can't use Virginia references. Fuck. It's like the difference between, what's a city everybody knows? Okay, I know. It's like the difference between, fuck. No, that doesn't work either. I don't know cities. Sorry. Okay, here we go. It's the difference between New York City proper and like Newark, New Jersey. That's what it is. It's they're kind of close, kind of the same population, not 100%, but a lot of crossover. If you're living in Flint, Michigan, you're going to Detroit to see your concerts. Depressingly. God forbid. But
God, I mean, isn't there any other cities that might have the concerts that are actually much more safer environment to be in?
In Michigan, looks like you could go to Lansing, and Grand Rapids is on the other side of the state. No, if you're in Michigan, you're kind of fucked. Which, I mean, kind of tracks with being a Michigander, sadly.
I do find it a little bit bizarre are these, with some of these concerts, are these like local bands, or these bands like coming like internationally, like interstate? Like, what kind of concerts are we talking about? Because if you're like a band and you're like wanting to have a concert in Michigan, I would assume that the first thing that would be on their mind is to not go to Detroit and then like go to another city.
Yeah, I mean, my first thing was they'd be like, all right, where are we going in Michigan? I'd be like, the town that's not in Michigan. We'll go to Chicago or somewhere else. Which even then, I don't know if I'd want to go to Chicago at this point.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's wretched. I mean, I have a Twitch friend. You probably might have heard of them, but I don't ever see you in other channels. So
I don't. I'm rather small. I need to get better about what's the word?
Because that would help a lot if you want to grow your channel. Like I could maybe like introduce you to like other communities on Twitch that can give you like a lot more attention.
I mean, that would be cool. My goal is to kind of do this as a full-time thing. Mainly because as much as I like my job, I've said this a couple times, I like cooking. It's all good, but being a line cook, I don't know if you've seen The Bear, but it's rather accurate about how depressing it can be sometimes.
Yes, I've seen it, and that is definitely not the sort of life that I would want to be a part in.
Some of it, I watched that show, and like some of my coworkers, they were asking me, they're like, why haven't you finished it? And I'm like, it's just too real, man. I just don't want to watch. I don't want to come home and like watch that immediately after getting back from like a shift. Like, I'm tired, I'm sweaty, I've got grease all over me, and I'm like, yeah, let me watch a show about a guy who's tired, sweaty, grease all over. The only thing I don't have is the nicotine addiction, thank God.
You're basically punishing yourself by doing that, right? Like with watching, the exact same shit.
Yeah, it's yeah. I kind of felt that way. Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. Like I've met some people who what's it called? Like, I'll give an example. Like people who are like in some sort of like peace officer or like fucking police position, and then they go and like watch cop shows.
That shit's wild. My dad was a chief of police, and now that you mention, I don't think I ever caught him watching anything police related. It was always sports stuff. But I guess that kind of, a little bit of that is like what you always wanted to do versus what you ended up doing.
I mean, like the amount of people that I knew that became police because they watched CSI Miami is fucking, there's a lot like skyrocketing for the amount of people I know that that became police after watching that. And there's a lot of you've obviously heard of the show Cops before, right?
Oh yeah, I remember Cops.
Like
that show, I don't even know if that show still runs.
Like a lot of cops that you see on the show are people who became cops after watching it,
which really tells you something about their relationship to their like career. Like how you watch that show and you're like, that's what I want to do. That's scary to me. Like, yeah, Cops is like the worst representation of police.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if you want to, because I've told people this who have watched the show and want to do that. I was thinking like, that's kind of disturbing that you would want to become an officer after seeing cops fucking brutally assault people.
And also, this is the thing. Like, cops deal with the deal with people in their worst possible mind states and situations. And like, if you're watching a show that's like about people responding in an entertaining but like nonetheless probably not the best way to people in their worst moments in life, and you think that right there is what I want to deal with society's like worst, most downtrodden, mentally ill people.
That's pretty fucked up. Like,
yeah,
like what's it called? Like in one of the Cop episodes that I used to watch, it was this case when, I mean, this was obviously all on camera, but there was this case of these cops like busting in somebody's house after after when somebody called a wellness check, which is like the worst thing to do if someone's like being suicidal.
Yeah, because then you're just going to freak them the fuck out.
Yeah, and you're just going to make their depression even worse.
Yeah, because then they end up feeling guilty for having the police show up and
guilty, and feel guilty for their loved ones to call in for them.
Well, yeah, because you also, police show up and you attract the attention of your entire neighborhood, all of your neighbors now kind of like, they're your business is now in their purview, and you've kind of,
it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. It's like, you put your family business out there to the world, to all of your neighbors, and now you feel bad because they feel embarrassed by what's going on and everything else. Cops should have stayed in the 90s. I remember I saw episodes of it a little bit later on some channel. I was like, what are we still running this for? Leave this shit in the 90s, like, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is like very much out of date indeed. And and the thing is like with the much newer seasons, it's just getting worse. I mean, especially like in terms of like, the way they represent people on there.
Yeah, I mean, what's you think deceptive editing is bad on like reality shows or like anything else. Imagine deceptively editing people who are, again, in like those really, again, the worst, probably your worst moments in your life. Like, you act the worst, you're thinking the worst, like your mind state's like dog shit at the time. Like, it's fucking awful. But yeah, what's it? So I'm kind of curious. So as an American and as a leftist, I don't hear really a lot about cops in Canada. Is there like a different relationship that you guys have to the police up there? Like, what are you guys doing differently that I never hear about any of this stuff?
It's not that it's a different sort of functionality. It's just not as well known. And that's the thing about that's the thing with Canadians, is that we always like to boast about how we're better than Americans, especially in regards to policing, when that's definitely not the case. And as with, I mean, police brutality, I mean, it's not as well known, and that's also because the Canadian media doesn't cover it as much.
Okay.
And I mean, we have a very severe problem in like, especially in regards to Indigenous people.
I've heard some of like the horror stories of like the
which is something that isn't
schools
talked about regarding, which is something that's not as talked about regarding police brutality against indigenous people in the U.S. I mean, it's a much more, I wouldn't say prominent, but it's a much more public issue here. And we also, I think compared to the U.S., we have the most um, police brutality rates against indigenous people.
Wow. That is not something I would have expected, especially from you lovely, friendly Canadians. Yeah, I think the problem in the US is that like indigenous folks aren't really considered as part of our, well, I shouldn't say all, but like because we have reservations and stuff that aren't really recognized the way they should be in the way that the treaties that we sign are written, like crimes in those areas or crimes committed against those groups literally are just unreported. They're just, well, I don't know, they're not our problem. They're in their own little world, not our problem. You know, it's quite shit in my opinion. But yeah, you don't hear as much about it.
And to answer your question more directly about because I think your question was, what's different in terms of policing that we don't hear about, like in Canada? I think one of the biggest distinctions is police carding, because there are some provinces in Canada that ban it, and some major cities in all across Canada that bans police carding. And I think with the U.S. that's less of a thing. I mean,
when you say police carding, what is that exactly?
Police carding defined by Canadian law is when you pull someone over and ask for their card or ID.
Oh, okay, okay.
Due to like suspicion and sometimes they take advantage of the carding and just
search for other things.
Take them into custody. Yeah. Or take them into custody, search for evidence, or tow their vehicle to see if there's something in there. Like that's the law definition of police carding in Canada.
Okay. I mean, we see, I know here. So are you guys, how do I say this? So like, you know, you get pulled over by the cops here in America, and it's like, you know, you've got your you know, you must show them your license, you must show them some insurance or whatever. You guys, that's not something that you're required to do if you're pulled over, if I'm understanding correctly?
Well, it really depends on the provinces, right?
Okay, so that's okay.
I mean, with police, I mean, it's and the thing is with police card, it's usually done arbitrarily and without like any reasoning. And like after it's banned, you can only do it if you have like a provable or evidential reason for doing so.
Okay, yeah, which usually, I mean, that's a evidential is pretty can be rather easily manipulated.
And another thing is like another thing that's a big issue is discrimination against Muslims. And like, have you ever heard of Stephen Harper?
I can't say I have. That sounds like vaguely familiar, but I can't say like off the top of my head.
Stephen Harper was the prime minister from 2006 to 2015. So I'm not sure if you remember, maybe this was on the American news, but there was a person that came into Parliament, like the Capitol, and just started trying to like shoot politicians in the Parliament building. So
Jesus.
Parliament is basically the equivalent of like the Congress in DC.
Congress, yeah.
Yeah. Sense, and what Stephen Harper did after that was that he passed a bill that anybody who is suspected of being an Islamic terrorist can be immediately arrested.
Jesus Christ. That's a low bar.
Yes, and I forget the name of the bill. I mean, I could link you it later, but and what that bill essentially did when it got passed is that police or airport authorities, they can just suspect you if for any reason, and that bill essentially targeted Muslim people because because the shooter in Parliament was someone who was of Muslim origin, and there was even some speculation that he had ties to ISIS.
Oh, lovely folks those ISIS people are. So I'm curious. So this was again, not to I hate to be an American on this one, but so
that's fine.
Did that like did that whole event affect your guys's population in the same way we saw in the US after 9/11 there was just open bigotry and open racism towards like Muslim Americans for because of what happened during 9/11. Did you guys see the same kind of I guess increase in that sort of sentiment, and has it dissipated at all, or is that still lingering? Because I know here in the US it's gone down a bit. I hear a lot less of the anti-Muslim stuff, but it's also been tied to the right's whole like kind of anti-war thing when they realized that the Iraq war was incredibly unpopular and they needed to kind of distance themselves from that sort of stuff.
Well, with Canada, I mean that bigotry of Muslims, I mean that kind of started with 9/11 as well, right? But it was the Parliament shooting in October 2014 that pretty much just bolstered that. And as per lingering, yes, and hate crimes of Muslims in Canada has been increasing at a record rate.
Jesus, is that like the like I guess I'm curious if that's like the minority group that seems to be the target for hate crimes over there, more or less, more than others. Then
tends to be Indigenous people.
Okay, so it's still okay. Well,
it's still Indigenous people, but and with blacks and with black people, I think it's second, and Muslims come in third. Like what's it called? I'll give you another example of what kind of bolstered the bigotry of Muslims in Canada. Do you remember the mosque shooting that happened in Quebec in 2017?
Yes, I do remember that. Yes.
And the Canadian media, and by Canadian media, I'm talking about CBC, Global News. I mean, Rebel News. I mean, it's pretty big here too. I mean, you probably heard of Rebel News, right? Basically, the Canadian Breitbart.
Yeah, I've seen like the Chirons and the yeah. I know my dad's a big Breitbart guy, sadly.
I believe it took like a day for the Canadian authorities to find out who the actual shooter was. But before they were able to find him, he was a white nationalist. Before they
always seem to kind of be.
The Canadian media suspected that it was a Muslim shooter who was doing like a race-on-race attack. They
talk about bending yourself.
And they actually and they took like 5 individual Muslim people into custody under suspect that they could have been the perpetrator, even though that those people had nothing to do with the shooting. And then they eventually found out that it was this white French dude who was like I think he was a fucking Nazi and he was a big Trump supporter.
Yeah, those two things do kind of track. I've noticed over the definitely the last like 2 years. The amount of Nazis and Trump supporter crossover is a bit disturbing.
Yeah, and it was specifically Quebec that the mosque shooting happened, because if we're talking about per province, Quebec has the highest hate crimes against Muslims out of every province in Canada. I mean, especially Quebec, because Quebec has much more tighter restrictions for what Muslims can do compared to other provinces. Like, for example, they banned the burqa in Quebec, and
they're like following after France. Didn't France do that too, if I remember correctly?
Yes.
Well, they had like a very similar.
Yeah, Yeah, well, Quebec has the same sort of culture against Muslims that France does.
Lovely.
And yeah. And in Quebec, businesses can legally decide whether they can employ you or not based on your ethnic origin, and that is mostly targeted around Muslims.
Jesus.
So yeah, the burqa and the hijab are banned for wearing in public in Quebec.
Jeez. You're really ruining my dream of moving to Canada.
I know. I mean, you guys like to paint somewhat of a progressive picture of us, but we're really not at all. We're pretty bad. And so what's it called? I think with the US, when it comes to banning burqas or hijabs, it's a little bit I would say it's slightly better because I think that Muslim people who can, wear that sort of stuff, they're technically protected under the Constitution, which guarantees freedom of religion.
Yeah, I believe it's also it could be interpreted as a 14th Amendment thing, just because you're wearing clothing, you have a right to wear whatever you want to wear. Yeah.
Which amendment guarantees freedom of religion?
I believe it's first. I'm a bad American. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'm like, we'll go with like 93% percent sure that it's what's it called? That it's first.
Because
let's find out.
Because the First Amendment.
Yeah, it's just in the First Amendment. Yeah. Congress shall make no law respecting establishment of religion prohibiting free exercise thereof. Yeah.
Right, yeah, because the thing is like the First Amendment is interpreted by politicians so broadly that it can mean like freedom for all religions.
Yeah, because it's pretty much it's the way it's written, because there's a second part of the sentence where it's like where it essentially is like, in no establishment thereof or whatever. So it's essentially saying like it's like nobody gets a claim on this. It's not just it's like a flattening of all like possibility. There's no like way to kind of interpret it in any kind of way that's favoring one way or the other. As much as there are some Americans who try to do like the Judeo-Christian meme here. I don't know how prevalent that is for you guys, but yeah, there's
it's much less of a thing.
Oh, that's good in one aspect, I guess. I mostly just want your guys' healthcare. That's my big thing.
Yeah.
Because we've failed to be able to bring that here to the U.S. Sadly.
And I'm not sure if this answers your previous question about Indigenous people, but in terms of the highest rate for, hate crimes and killings and targeted discrimination, when it comes to that sort of highest rate, that's in Manitoba. Because Manitoba, I mean, especially Winnipeg, I mean, a lot of people in Winnipeg tend to see it kind of like Detroit in terms of the crime.
Oh, no, not Manitoba. Not Winnipeg. Don't tell me Winnipeg. I love Kenny and Jericho. That makes me sad. Makes me very sad, actually. You're not a wrestling fan. I can't make these references and people. It's fine. I do them at work all the time. Nobody knows who I'm talking about.
I mean, I feel a little bit bad that I came a little bit unprepared in terms of my wrestling trivia, but
no, you're fine. You're fine. It's an incredibly niche hobby. It's just the one that I personally enjoy and derive a lot of enjoyment from. But I'm trying to think if I had another Canada question. Okay, so actually, I'm curious. I'm curious because
is this a discussion or is this an interview?
It's just whatever. I think I've said this to one or two like other people.
It's a melting pot or whatever.
Yeah,
I like it.
I just like talking with people. Like I really just like talking with people. As much as I don't know how much of the normal bit of the show that you end up seeing, but a lot of it, I read through stuff, I react to stuff, and all of that stuff is fun. I do enjoy it. But honest to God, the part that I've enjoyed most is just kind of talking with people and picking their brains, and posing, pushback whenever I feel like it's necessary. But like, that's kind of like I would like this to be at least like, a call-in show where I can just talk to regular ass people. You know, if I get to the point where I'm talking to like actual political figures, that's cool and all, but I do really like just talking to randos and regulars who, you know, aren't gonna have you know, a million.
Speaking of political activists, Noam Chomsky's birthday is tomorrow, so wish him a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Noam. Oh no, you know, okay, so I'm not sure if. Oh my god, that dude's too fucking old, man. I will say this. I've said this before. If I have to hear other lefties do the like, but Noam Chomsky said stuff, I'm gonna lose it. But I do I love Noam Chomsky, but goddamn, am I sick and tired of hearing about like his what is it? Freedom of speech, you know, protecting people you disagree with speech quote. If I have to see that ever again, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
I like Noam. I mean, Noam's pretty good. As a matter of fact, he's one of the big contributors as to why I moved left in the first place. Because before Noam, I used to be an ANCAP, right? And
oh god,
yeah, I know. Fucking.
I really,
incoherent ideology. The thing is, there's so much inconsistencies with ANCAPs. I mean, there's more consistency with being an ANCAP than a conservative, to be honest. But
I've seen Sam Cedar debate some of them. It is quite funny.
Yes, I do enjoy those. And what's it called? As with Noam, yes. I mean, I agree with most of what he says, though I do think that when he's getting older, I think throughout like the most recent times, he's been getting a little bit more liberal, so to speak. I mean, especially in terms of like voting for Biden and like you know, kind of lean towards like the establishment direction. But with Noam on the subject of freedom of speech, I mean, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the idea of free speech absolutism, because I do think that idea is a little bit impossible, because I do think that there is going to be some exceptions that are completely justified.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always it comes down to, I think, two things: how much of a political actor you are. So like as like a like as somebody who's placed themselves kind of on a side, I hate to use them, but I'll use like Kyle Kalinske as a good example. As much as I like Kyle, and I think most of his political takes are good, his free speech absolutism unfortunately undermines a lot of his political activism and a lot of his own, I think, political goals. And it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it runs up where it's like, well, you can do this free speech absolutism stuff, and it's good from a principled stance, but in terms of realpolitik, it's untenable. You can't have dishonesty and lies be equalized with truth in a way that you have no way to materially push back. Like if you it's like if you can't deplatform Alex Jones for spreading misinformation that like actively harms people, then it doesn't matter how much free speech, how much positive free speech you throw at him. He will always be able to lie more. There's no end to being able to lie.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, we also need to keep in mind on how much that openness of speech can affect, affect minorities. Because that's the thing. Because I see that's one of the logical conclusions of the principle of free speech. I mean, good in theory, yes, but in practicality, no. Because I do think that when you give like white nationalists, white supremacists, yada yada yada, the freedom to like speak publicly, like in like let's say like on a platform, like in the center of a city, that you inevitably give them the power over minorities.
Yeah, just through the basis of the way the system works and where they've already landed in the hierarchy.
Yeah, absolutely. And that free speech issue, I mean, I think that when it comes to like, because people kind of don't understand about how much influence that those people have. And because the thing is like if you talk to, well, not talk to, but if you hear or get educated more on what made these people, like for example, like the New Zealander shooting in like Christchurch,
Yeah, we had
Like
the
if we
Colorado
were, like,
Springs guy so far. We haven't heard too much. I mean, Lord knows when his case is going to come. Probably sometime next year. But like, he just got charged with hate crime, so it'll be interesting to see what they found his motivation to be. If they think that they can get him for hate crime charges.
I fucking hate how when I talk about the Colorado shooting with just average people, they tend to be like, well, it wasn't a hate crime because he was non-binary. Because you heard the non-binary argument, right?
Yeah. His
And
defense. Yeah, he kind of pulled that out of his ass.
that's what his lawyer said. And the reason why they mentioned non-binary like in the court case was because the lawyer didn't want him to get charged with a hate crime.
Which, I mean, look, I'll give the lawyer this. You know, you hire lawyers to give you the best defense. From a like legal standpoint, I'm like, he's doing his job. I mean, that's. I think the prosecutor in the case was quoted as saying the non-binary stuff was a big factor in whether they were going to bring hate crime charges, but apparently they've decided they're going to anyway.
And on top of that, and it was obviously not true that he was non-binary, because if you look at his social media, if you look about what he was posting before that, you would know that he never talked about being non-binary. And as a matter of fact, if you look at some of like his Facebook posts, because I mean it's the media, right? So they're obviously gonna bring this to public attention. He was very much against and extremely bigoted and hateful to people of non-binary and trans gender orientation.
Yeah, I think I saw somebody on Reddit where they were like, "Guy who hates a group continues to harm said group in a last-ditch effort." Who could have predicted?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, like for example, like say the Blair White was like involved like in like a shooting of trans people, like that, like people would probably use that as a defense that it wasn't a hate crime because she's trans herself. Because I don't think that's really much of an argument, because people of the same sort of race, gender, orientation can be bigoted and hateful towards people of the same category.
Yeah, I feel like people who think that clearly have never seen the legendary Black Klansman skit from the Chappelle Show.
Or Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, they've got a new one now. Have you? I don't know if you saw. They have a new like trans speaker now. It's this Ollie London character who was doing like a trans. So their whole shtick was being transracial. I don't know if you heard about this. It was basically they're British. They're really into K-pop, really into BTS, and got a whole bunch of surgeries, got a lot of attention on social media, and ended up getting ending up doing surgeries so that they look South Korean, and then like also like they transitioned to being like a South Korean woman, and now they've detransitioned. And this is like within the span of like a week or something, where now they've turned around. They're like, oh, I'm a Christian now, and now I've detransitioned. So they have like a whole new person that they're going to be running now, which I'm already looking forward to. They showed up on Tucker just I think last night or early. It must have been last night. I watched it earlier. It's all the same stuff. It's all the same. The schools, the school boards, they're pushing radical wokeism. This is dangerous. I detransitioned. Well, you know, it's all the same stuff. But like, yeah, they've Blair White's old news now. I feel like we're gonna hear less about Blair White. She's also getting sued, I think. So there's also that.
Yeah, I think so too. And also, I mean, I did kind of maneuver around the point that I was trying to make regarding the Christchurch shooter. So I do want to get back at that.
Oh yeah.
Trying to get at. So, he was because if you look at all these, you know, popular white supremacist shooters like all across the world, they were influenced and inspired by people like Alex Jones, Ben Shapiro, Glenn Beck, or Blair White, you know, Stefan Molyneux. You probably heard of Stefan.
I have heard of Eggman. I haven't seen, what's going on with him? He's one of your Canadian boys, isn't he?
Yes, I mean, it's funny how you guys like to paint a picture of us being a progressive paradise, but most of the fucking popular white supremacist YouTubers come from Canada, like Steven Crowder, Stefan Molyneux.
Don't remind me Crowder's Canadian. He LARPs like as an American so hard.
Lauren Southern is from Canada.
I thought she was American.
Black Pigeon. Yeah, she's from Canada, but she lives in Australia now.
Oh, okay, okay. That's probably why I thought she was okay. I don't know if I've ever heard her speak, actually, to be honest.
Have you ever heard of Black Pigeon Speaks?
A long time ago, yes.
He's also Canadian.
Oh my god.
And
you Canadians, I've been so deceived. Your wonderful socialized healthcare, just the wool over my eyes.
But yeah, I mean, most of those fucking, popular right-wing media media figures that Americans like to talk about tend to come from Canada, so we have a pretty bad track record. And to respond to what you were saying about Stefan Molyneux, he's still on BitChute, so you could see him there, but he's pretty much banned everywhere, because I think the last place he was banned was on Twitter.
I'm surprised. I can't say I'm not surprised he's not back yet. Maybe Elon brings him back, but I don't think he has the same audience he used to have that'll want him back. He's also kind of played out, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, and he's kind of in the dark now, and let's fucking keep it that way. So, and
the kids have Andrew Tate, and the kids have well, I guess he's been, I don't even know what he's up to these days, but and then they have Sneeko or whoever, which I just learned recently. I saw something with him, which also so many of these guys are very unimpressive. I don't understand how some of these I despair for the young men who see these guys as anything more than completely mid.
I mean, I did actually used to watch Stefan back when I was 11 and 12, because he used to post a lot of history videos.
That was like always his angle, right? It was like the whole like history stuff.
What happened was, well, yeah, and I'm assuming that you might have seen those videos through other YouTubers, because
I've seen some of them.
Because the left-wing YouTuber Sean, not sure if you heard of him, he
British,
made a lot of videos. Yes.
The Skull.
And there are some good British people out there, I guess.
There are a few. I'm a little bit more sympathetic towards the Brits than maybe other people. I don't know. I've heard some people don't like Brits.
I mean,
in terms
fair
of
enough,
leftist movements, they got their throwing paint at Van Gogh paintings, which people don't seem to like.
Yeah, not anymore. I mean, it's becoming less and less of a sight to see. But yeah, Sean has made videos responding to Stefan's videos about the Roman Empire, or the history of Canada, or the history of the U.S., or the history of Australia. And I mean, I think one of Stefan's most popular history videos was his video about the fall of Rome. And basically what he talks about is why the Roman Empire is a good example, why the welfare state or race equality can lead to destruction of Western civilization. That was pretty much his angle.
It like, isn't most of that stuff I'm not like, history and like English were my two good subjects in school, but I always find that whenever like you're talking to somebody and they've got like their like angle on like what the answer is to like the downfall of this or any of that stuff, I always notice it's always like where you begin to like basically measure, where it's like, oh, when was the downfall of Rome? Oh, I just arbitrarily picked this like one point that proves my entire like argument, completely ignoring like broader history of it.
Right. Yeah.
Like, history is always about where you draw the lines and where the time frame you're measuring, and it always feels like if you can just dishonestly pick a time frame, be like, oh, it's right, it starts here, don't worry about it, it starts right here, it starts when this happened, and then moving on.
And it's just also used arbitrarily as a way to prove that history repeats itself, which, materially speaking, is also kind of impossible at times.
Yeah, there's a certain amount. I mean, especially the way like, I mean, the way the world economy works, like, you're not gonna see those kinds of falls and rises anymore, just because how tied together everybody's economies are now.
Like, for example, and yes, I'll respond to that soon. To answer, I mean, this is an example that, I mean, the left has been using for history repeating itself. Like, remember the election that happened in Italy recently?
Yes, I don't remember the candidates, but I do remember I remember everyone talking.
Meloni.
Yes.
Meloni, and she's basically one of the farthest right politicians in like the mainstream in Italy, and she's, I mean, I call her Mussolini because she's a big, because she was vocal supporter of Mussolini, and she has like people in her cabinet who what's it called, have been into some controversy because they've worn like the swastika in marches and shit like that. And I mean, I guess you can make the argument that history. I guess you can make the argument that history does repeat itself in that regard, but I would also say that I mean, yes, she got elected and she is very, very similar to like Mussolini and the politics, but when it comes to like Italy in the 1920s, I don't think you can compare that really at all compared, to 2022, because those are like very different environments and different conditions, and also like, it was the democracy that turned to fascism in Italy was a lot less strong.
Yeah, I think at least from my perspective as a leftist, I don't think it's always, I don't want to say honest, but it's the drawing of like, historical similarities. You want to be more of a way to communicate to people who aren't, who aren't really plugged into what's happening, people who are just going about their regular lives. You want to give them a something to grasp on, that they can immediately know what's happening in their country. So while like, yeah, history doesn't really repeat itself. Like, you mostly get remixes of things that have similar underpinnings at most, but usually it's always, except for maybe like anti-Semitism, that seems to be the one thing that repeats itself very consistently in history. But yeah, I mean, from a leftist perspective, it's really just political strategy, just to communicate to normies that, hey, this is the direction you're going in.
Well, I mean, they do that because it's a very simple method to help people who are less uneducated to understand what's going on.
Yeah, and that's
and it's a simple it's a simple learning strategy that does work quite a bit. And I think the human beings are naturally more inclined to understand, analogies or comparisons than to look at like the more nuanced sort of situation.
Oh yeah, definitely. I like this happened kind of recently. I uploaded a segment because I watched Matt Walsh go on about recent so in Colorado, in my state, in Colorado, we have a case that's going to the Supreme Court where basically this woman wants to be able to have a wedding web designer website, but she wants to be able to basically say no gays allowed. That's, she hasn't been forced, she hasn't been asked to serve gay couples. She's preemptively making an appeal to the Supreme Court that she shouldn't have to create like a website for a wedding for a gay couple because she has religious religious objections to it. And Matt Walsh, in his infinite wisdom, which I love how mask off he is sometimes. He ends up saying that he thinks that anybody should be allowed to discriminate against anybody else for whatever reason, and the government shouldn't be able to step in on that. Which, which,
you got to admire the honesty of what he believes in.
I do. I absolutely do. Yeah.
Like, remember when he called himself a theocratic fascist on his Twitter?
Oh my God, it's great.
I was like, I gotta say, I'm glad that people on the right are more mask off now, because the thing is like when you speculate, there's going to be some right wingers who will try to try to say that you can't really know what they believe in until they actually directly come out about it. I think it's kind of a silly method, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of like with Nick Fuentes, right? Like, he's pretty open about what he believes in, and it's and I think it's because, like, the way that the discourse has evolved, they kind of know that they can't really tap dance around like what they actually believe in, and they know that that they're going to pretty much get deplatformed no matter what, so they might as well be open and honest about their true bigotry in its material form.
Oh yeah, like the right has, if anything, like I like when you really like when I try to conceptualize like where the right is these days, I usually try to think about it in terms of like where it was when I was like younger and noticing stuff, but like they would usually find these like edge arguments or edge cases, or like they'd play a little bit with definitions or just kind of beg the question on a lot of things. You know, this kind of happened with Obama with the whole like, oh, well, you know, birth certificate nonsense, and, you know, like all this other stuff that they just kind of, they used to be a lot more. I think the old meme like used to be like, I'm just asking questions. And like nowadays, unfortunately, because of how much bigger Alex Jones has been allowed to get over the years, how much more I think desperate their movement has become as they've lost like, you know, cases in the Supreme Court, along with just generally the culture slipping away from them. Like they've learned that they need to be more open, and they need to be more they need to push that envelope even more. Like most Republican voters' politics is own the libs, and the thing about owning the libs is there's no end to that. Like you can own the libs in every way without killing them, and they will be happy with that. But if you pass that line, if you're already there, they're not going to be upset about it. They'll be right there with it. They already think that like leftist, if you're even anything left of like Nancy Pelosi, which I mean, granted, they think Nancy Pelosi is like some kind of far left nut, which like is insane to me. But like they're already like, no, you people are like groomers, everything else, all the rest of the stuff. Like they're off the deep water now. They've pushed the envelope too far. They have to be open now, or they won't get an audience.
And the thing, oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's kind of this stage of the game where they know that if they're more open, then they're gonna attract a more broader audience.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what they try. It's what Nick was trying to do with the Kanye stuff, because he figured you got to figure he was thinking like, oh, I'll have Kanye West, like platinum recording artist, like very well-known guy in America. You know, I'll have Kanye West, Mr. Black people doesn't care about, or George Bush doesn't care about black people. Come on and just say and you know, he'll say some of the talking points. And the thing that fucks them up is that Kanye West isn't like a political actor. He just says the like stuff out front. But like, you know, unfortunately, there are going to be people who go, I guess that makes sense.
And that's also the right-wing tactic that Nick and other people tend to use. Like they put like a person of color like in front of everybody and just let them say the racist shit, and then the people from behind, they could be like, well, it's a black person saying it, so
oh yeah, it's my black friend said it, so like it must be legitimized. Funnily enough, they play they play so much identity politics while at the same time rejecting it, which all their politics is identity. But again, it's like the and if you're gay, that's political. If you're not, then that's just reality to them. It's the same in during the Gamergate stuff, and kind of during the more mid 2010s, you got the people who would constantly do like why has it got to be political, which you still see today. And unfortunately, they've put that in the lexicon of a lot of average normal people, where it's like I'm so sick of politics, why do we have to always talk about politics? And then it's like, what's political about this? It's just a video game with a girl on the cover. What's political about that? Like, I don't know, it's just politics, we always got to talk about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they kind of and they also don't understand that things can be more discreet in what they actually believe in.
Oh yeah, yeah. And to my point about Matt Walsh, let me finish that really quick. Is so we watched I watched the video, I watch it on here, I upload the clip of it or whatever, and this is a job, and I'm not above doing a bit of clickbait, but I made it very obvious that he was drawing Jim Crow comparisons, and pretty much I was like, he's pro Jim Crow. That's what he is. And there was somebody in my comments who's all like, I can't really take you seriously when you don't actually know what the Jim Crow law said. Nowhere in the Jim Crow laws was. God. And I'm just sitting there like, dude, it doesn't matter.
Those the same? Oh my God, are those the same fucking people who say, well, I mean, if the Jim Crow laws were really racist, then why does Jesse Lee Peterson support them?
It's not. It's this thing where they separate kind of the material outcome of the way those laws are written, because they'll do the defense of oh, well, the laws don't technically, the Jim Crow laws were explicitly saying you're allowed to discriminate. What Matt Walsh is saying is that everybody should be allowed to discriminate, so it's not discrimination when people discriminate. I'm like, it's the same thing. You're just calling for open discrimination. Clickbait admittedly, but you're just calling for the same type of society, a society where people are allowed to just not let other people participate because of their religious objections, to which I'm like, what? You want to have a society where we all just do I have a religious objection to this, we can't have this. This won't function.
And that's actually historically how the libertarian
wrong meds. It sounds like you have the right meds.
Sorry.
So I was just responding to somebody in chat. Sorry.
I was just saying that, and that's actually what, how the libertarian movement in the United States grew was it became like a counter movement to the civil rights movement, because the libertarians, or so-called libertarians at the time, were advocating for, what they were saying was, a type of individualism where you have the freedom to discriminate on whoever you want to choose. And which I don't really think is, freedom. I mean, freedom for the bosses, but not for the individuals under them.
Yeah, I mean, what you'd be arguing for, at the end of the day, the society that you want, like I said, it's just it's one of those things where nowhere in Matt Walsh's world would he demolish the hierarchical structure. So he would just flatten it and be like, anybody can discriminate. It's just white people kind of hold more businesses and hold more power suddenly, and straights do as well, and maybe gay people just can't go to get wedding cakes or anything designed for them unless they find a gay business. But God forbid that somebody who hands out licenses maybe doesn't want to do so for a gay business owner because they have a religious objection to whatever business they're trying to run. It's just it doesn't take that many layers. And again, I appreciate Matt Walsh for being as open as he is about it, but like we were saying earlier, they have to go this far at this point. There's no middle ground that they can cede anymore, or that they can stick to anymore, I should say.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially like the political divisions being much more wide and much more sincere and open, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think I spoke about this earlier. It's what I'll give the right on also is that they have, at least in America, they have a much more sophisticated and, quite frankly, well-oiled machine for this sort of stuff. Because while you have kind of the three kind of like corners of the right-wing movement here is very much, you have extremists committing violence, such as like kind of the Colorado Springs shooter. You have propagandists like Tucker Carlson, incredibly large, along with Matt Walsh and the rest of them. But then you have like the legal, that you have I think it's the Federalist Society, which are mostly just pushing for pro-business, like sort of pro-business about the Federalist Society.
Them, to be honest. No.
So the Federalist Society, I'm not like an incredible expert, but as it's been explained to me, the Federalist Society is basically a private. It's essentially a private club within the legal kind of space of the country. So if you go to be like you go to school to be a lawyer or something, right? If the Federalist Society notices that you might have a more right-wing bent to your to kind of the way that you deliberate, or kind of the way that you write your opinions, they will kind of invite you into their group. I'm pretty sure they're not like a lobbyist group. They're really just a I don't know what the word would, what they legally are, besides just an organization. I guess they're just an organization. They would invite you as to be part of this organization, which feeds people of that same ideology through the legal apparatuses. So they'll get you through the door a lot faster to become like a state judge or a federal judge, or anything like that. And through that system, they've been able to influence. I see somebody says they do lobby as well, which they do. But through that influence, they've pretty much have been able to shape our federal courts, which have decided a lot of our stuff. A lot of the it's why the Supreme Court is where it is also, because as people move through the institutions, it ends up just kind of being, it just so happens that we have 60 federal judges, and it just so happens that 55 of them happen to be conservative, all part of the same organization that's also funded by by a lot of wealthy donors. So like the Koch brothers, or I guess it's now just the one guy, but yeah, the Koch brothers would donate and fund kind of their entire institution, along with a lot of other very, very well connected capitalist owners here in the States. So it's a way that they kind of push that the financial capture half of their ideology for the right. It's that business owners first and everybody else be damned.
Oh yeah, like I mean, since you brought up about their influence like over like legal decisions in the Supreme Court, I mean that actually reminds me that I actually indeed have heard of the Federalist the Federalist Society, because they had a big part to play in like lobbying for the overturn of Roe v. Wade, and on top of that, what's her name? Amy Coney
Barrett. Amy Coney Barrett.
And Clarence Thomas and Brett Kavanaugh. They are actually all members of the Federalist Society.
Yep. Yeah, there's like quite a lot of judges that are part of that whole organization.
I mean, especially Clarence Thomas. Like, wasn't it Clarence Thomas that kind of brought the organization into the mainstream? Because Clarence Thomas is a big and active member of the Federalist Society, and a lot of what he was talking about in like overturning certain things in the Supreme Court came from the lobbying of the Federalist Society.
Sorry, I'm just reading something because I'm kind of curious after you said that. January 20. Thank you, Wrong Meds. I appreciate that. January 2019, Washington Post magazine wrote that the Federalist Society had reached an unprecedented peak of power and influence of the current 9 members of the Supreme Court. Yeah, so probably a bit. See, yeah.
Also, I thought that you might find this a little bit amusing because you were talking about talking with randos and stuff like that. Some of the people that do follow you and some of the people that I do see in chat, those are actually people that I know in like over 5 different communities, like radical disability, because I noticed like on your stream screen that they were a recent follower.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, they're a streamer as well, and they're also active in, well, they used to be in over like 10 different leftist Twitch streamer channels.
Oh, that's cool. I think I said this earlier. I need to. I don't. What's the word? What's the word where you mingle with people? I never.
Although they're not. Although radical disability in particular is not really my cup of tea, to be honest, and I'll probably get to that later.
Yeah, I briefly talked with them. They were messaging in chat, and I was kind of going back and forth a bit. They were kind of talking about certain forms of activism, which I feel like everyone has their opinion on activism these days. I mentioned I remembered the whole Van Gogh painting fiasco mainly because of that conversation from yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I do really need to get better at socializing, or whatever the word for professional socializing is. I'm not good with terms. My brain eventually goes to mush after a point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want, because I don't know if you, because you do have a Discord, like to talk to people, but I mean, could I like friend you like on your Discord account, and I could potentially link you to some left Twitch communities that you might be interested in maybe being a part of, because I know that you definitely want, because you said you want this to be like a full-time job, right? Like
like I said, I work in a kitchen. I pretty much just put my headphones in and listen to a show similar to this one, and that's pretty much all I do while I cook my food. So like this is also, I grew up just outside of DC. I always tell this. I grew up all outside of DC all my life, so politics has kind of always been there. My dad's a junkie, so I think that's kind of why I ended up
which Washington?
The one on the East Coast, the bad one, the bad one, not the good one.
What's wrong with that? Well, I mean, there's a lot of things wrong, but I'm just curious on your lens of analysis on what's your particular issue with Washington State?
Oh, no. I'm saying Washington, D.C. is the bad one. Washington State is... Oh. I'm not... I mean... No. Yeah, no. I'm from the East Coast one. I'm from the swampy one that's like super hot, humid, and sticky and gross. And D.C. is built literally on a swamp, so it's... I don't miss it very much at all. I used to live in Virginia, technically.
Is that where Drain the Swamp comes from?
I guess kind of. I mean, I guess that's. I remember when they started saying that. I thought to myself, I was like, that's pretty good. I mean, I guess it is a swamp, and most people don't know that it's actually just built on a swamp. But yeah, I would guess. It's like a fun little DC fact.
Because when Trump was saying back in 2016, drain the swamp and drain the corrupt politicians, like in that swamp, sort of, because he used swamp as like an analogy to like the corruption that happens in DC. Which I thought was like to his credit, a very effective form of rhetoric.
Yeah, I mean the anti-corruption stuff is like, there's a reason that, okay, so I'll tell this anecdote really quickly. In 2016, I did canvassing for a third party group, but it was basically for the Democratic Party, but we were just a third party group. And the two responses that I got most, besides after asking somebody if they were voting for Hillary Clinton, was a door slam. either A, I'm voting Trump, or B, people would say, you know, if they had let Bernie Sanders win, I would actually consider voting for him, because if nothing else, he was honest. And I always found that to be incredibly interesting, because on one end of their mind, they're thinking, oh, I can vote for Trump, somebody who's anti-establishment, anti-corruption, and also
outsider.
Yeah, and an outsider. Yeah, but somebody who would openly, like, I think Trump at one point explicitly mentioned that he's paid politicians before, and some of the people he was on stage during the primaries, he paid before to, you know, do whatever it is. Like so in Bernie, when Bernie came along, he was running against who most people perceived to have been the most corrupt candidate that the Democrats have run in a long time,
ironically, Trump paid Bill and Hillary Clinton when he was still like a conservative Democrat in the 90s.
Yes. Yeah, and and I don't know if he said that, but that was like he did. Yeah, he did. And what do you say to that? If you're Hillary Clinton, what do you say to that? You're just like, fuck. Like, you're stuck, because you can't say you didn't, because he'll be like, no, I paid you. Like, this isn't like we can go find articles. This is really easy. Like, I can prove that you take money because you took my money. So it's like, but like, these people would like that, you know, they recognize the thing that Bernie and Trump, both as candidates, activated in a lot of people, was a recognition that the political apparatuses and like the system itself was wildly corrupt, which everybody in America knows. We all know that. There, you know, some people might play games like they don't think it really is, but ask any normal person, they know the system is rigged against them. They know that like the politicians take money. They like, it's all very obvious to them. And Bernie was the only other option that they said, well, I know that guy is not lying because he's open about being a democratic socialist. He's open. He's never, like, you can't find him on the record lying about his positions. Yeah. So they fit, like, their vote was going towards whoever they thought was going to be more honest with their future, basically. And, you know, Democrats, the party ran the absolute perfect candidate to lose to Donald Trump. Like, there was nobody better they could have run against him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, like, you notice, like, in like some of the right media, like Ben Shapiro and those and those sort of people, like they never do criticize, like, or like AOC, like they never do like shit or like make some sort of like allegation that they're being paid off. They just don't like his policies in general.
Well, yeah, also, if you notice, like, the way that they criticize like power structures isn't based on it's not based on a structural critique. The only thing they'll do is they'll pick businesses or organizations or, you know, whatever it might be. They'll pick the ones they dislike, say they're woke, and then that's it. And that's the end of their critique. And it's their way of kind of pretending to be populist, pretending to kind of side with like the little guys who, you know, understand that the system's rigged, but they trick them into just thinking, oh, well, it's not like, you know, it's not capitalism. It's not like the structures of the way everything is. It's these individual people. It's this individual senator who's a Republican in name only. It's Facebook because Facebook is too woke, or Twitter because it's too woke, or whatever, even though all like even with the Twitter files stuff that Elon had Matt Taibbi drop, there was nothing there. Everyone was utterly like underwhelmed by whatever, you know, the big Kraken that he was supposed to drop. Like, there is no, you know, bias against them that they haven't brought upon themselves by being crazy people and pushing conspiracy theories. and nudes, which is illegal.
Yeah.
I realize I went on a big tirade. I'm sorry.
No. It's fine. I totally understood that. It's yeah. I mean, it's a fuck. I just kind of like paused for a second.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm at like, what am I at? I'm at like 4 hours. We are gonna have to wrap this up kind of quickly here. But you know,
there was some others. There was some other stuff I want to discuss because I do know that since you want to wrap this up, you're in a bit of a time crunch, I assume.
a little bit. I share a bed. My girlfriend works from home, so technically I'm sitting at like her setup, and then I have to tear this down, and then she puts her setup, and then she wakes up in the morning, and she gets up early. So
you pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh, so you pretty much have to share, right? And you pretty much have to try to condense that.
Yeah. Sharing is caring. Yeah. Sharing is caring. That's what I tell myself every day.
That is what communism is. But then again, I think you said you're not a communist, right?
I don't like. I'm gonna be really cliche. I really don't like labels, only because I feel like sometimes you end up boxing yourself into too many like hard walls, I guess. And I like the outdoors. I like to be free. I like to be maneuverable. So I don't really like to claim any hard ideology, but like it's why I mostly say as a leftist, because I'm somewhere on that spectrum. Where exactly is relative for the most part.
I mean, that's another. I mean, the reason why labels matter to a lot of people. I mean, especially a lot of new people, like on a Twitch. I mean, the reason why people ask that, and I mean myself included, is because it's that sort of method that we were talking about earlier about how labels and things like that is a lot easier for people to understand, just so they know, like just so they know where you're at, so they know what they're dealing with and what they know what you might like or might not like. But I understand, because because with keeping that in mind, that can cause people to make assumptions about you, and I'm assuming that's one of the issues that you have with that, is the possibility for people to make assumptions or some sort of like insinuation on what you believe in, because I assume that with that openness that you want, you don't want people to inherently come to a faulty conclusion if that isn't what you subscribe to.
A little bit, yeah. It's part of that, and then also I find that at least talking with people, sometimes like you run into that where somebody will, like, if you're taking on a label as like a communist or like an ANCOM or something like that, any of those, or even a socialist, you tend to get into this part of a conversation with somebody you might disagree with, where they're like, well, I think I saw this, like, I think I did this happen recently, where they're like, well, as a whatever, you should be believing this or whatever. And I always can't stand that, mainly because like I like, and this might just be something that I'll have to live with, is like I hate having to tell people to like stop talking to whatever imaginary left person you're talk to me, like where you're having a conversation with me, which again, that might be just something I kind of have to live with, but that is something I don't want to leave people's room. I don't want to leave room open for that to be, somebody passing off a critique of mine based on something that I didn't say, or something not necessarily that I'm not like fully supportive of, or that they can mischaracterize, I guess. That's like the best way I could explain it.
And like, I try not to. I mean, like, a good way to respond to that. What's your name? I mean, I'm not asking for your real name due to like dox reasons. But like, what's the name that you go by on Twitch?
It's literally just Josh. I just had to spell it in a silly way.
Okay, so with
like, if you look at my username, that 5 would have been an S, but somebody already took that. and then I would have had the two X's or the U and the A that I couldn't include because I was like, oh, I'll just go by the full thing. And then they're like, nope, that's taken too. So I ended up just kind of playing around and messing around, and that's what I ended up getting.
Well, so Josh, like the best way to respond to somebody who says like, well, if you're this labeled, then you should believe this. I mean, the best way to respond to that is simply telling them that nothing's black and white, and you can't paint every person with the same brush, and that since we're all individuals who have obviously a different perspective on reality, we are going to have some differentiations, and we're not going to have this sort of black and white thinking where you just have some sort of ideological purity, because that's not how the world works, right? Like,
oh, not at all.
Like for example, in terms of say that what's it called, like with the Roe v. Wade that that just got overturned. I mean, I'm not going to assume that since the person I'm talking to is conservative, then they're going to support that. I'm not going to make that sort of assumption. I'm just going to listen to what they have to say regarding that.
Right. Yeah, I think I had an anti-abortion kid on. I think he was really young, if I remember correctly. He was like 20 or something like that. He was on the younger side, and like we had a very cordial conversation. Say what? Well,
I'm 22.
You young kids. You young kids. You young kids. What I could give to be 22. I remember those years. 22 was a good year. 22 was a good year. Let me just say that. 23 isn't as bad as I think the culture might make you believe.
Yeah. I mean, especially with my generation, with the Zoomers. I mean, even with some of the conservative people, like the conservative people my age in Alberta, they tend to go more towards the socially libertarian category compared to like the other generations before us. So there is a lot more progression. And
I'm more into libertarians are gaining ground. Although the problem is I think you mentioned it earlier. There is a lot of there's a lot of contradictory like you end up contradicting yourself very quickly, and you end up kind of advocating for a society that almost nobody would agree to. Like, we've solved all the problems that, like, I notice a lot of libertarians want to kind of fix, even though they're not problems anymore. It's like, you don't need a fix for this. It's fine. Like, we've already fixed the ownership stuff, so why would we go back to
fixing what, specifically speaking? I don't think I fully understand.
No, it's just like whenever I hear libertarians do the like validation of ownership over property and like kind of who decides that sort of stuff, where they want the government out of that business, and then you end up going, okay, well, who decides that? And then they end up with some kind of answer of like, oh, well, you go to your like local court or whatever, and they give you a license to own whatever piece of property or whatever, and like or it's always like, how do you settle disputes over like land, of like, well, like, you might have said you live on this land, but what if I do? And if you don't have a validating like mechanism to do so, then people just end up arguing over land, and you never have any way to adjudicate that, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, did you have a last like topic you wanted to touch on? I heard. Yeah.
Yes, I did, and then we just went uphill for something.
So I'm fine with it.
That's great, because sometimes, because I know some people that are just very that just prefer when things are very much more contained, or like in some sort of strict category, and we just can't move around the fence, sort of to speak.
It really depends. We're not debating, you and I, so I'm not here to pin you down for anything. Like, you know, that's we're just talking. We're just palling around.
All right. Thank God. Thank you for making that explicitly known. So one of the things I also want to talk to you about, because I think I might have actually brought this up very briefly in your chat a couple days ago. The topic of how politics are functioning in Latin America now. And I noticed that like in one of your in like the in like not the category, but like in like the tabs, like in your chat, it said Latino. So I'm assuming
is true.
So I'm assuming that you might have not necessarily a firm grasp, but at least some kind of grasp in what's going on in Latin American politics. And that is something I also want to discuss because I thought that, that'd be something that you and I can talk about and try to discuss why that can potentially be a possibility in elections in the Northern Hemisphere.
Well, to start with the really low hanging fruit, I am Latino. I am originally from Paraguay, but I'm adopted.
Oh, I know a lot. I know a lot about Paraguayan politics, especially like.
Ooh, you should educate me then. Maybe not tonight, but I would love to learn. I'm very deficient as a Latino. I am incredibly deficient in terms of my knowledge on Latin American and South American politics. I'm like familiar with some of the very, very like mainstream broad discourse, but not nearly as much as unfortunately my skin would leave you to believe. My parents who adopted me are Pennsylvania white folk. I believe my mom's like half Russian of some kind, and like my dad's like mostly German with some like Polish in him. So I also Go ahead.
Mind if I ask you a question? I mean, this
by
is
all means.
Obviously, I mean, I know that this is none of my business because you
go. I'm an open book. I'm an open book.
We're just kind of all right. Awesome. So
yeah, you're fine. You're fine. I use my real name on like everything, so I don't like hiding behind usernames very much. So I'm very much an open book.
Well, it wasn't about your personal name per se, but well, I mean, it is personal, but do you know your biological parents, and have you like actually like got to learn about some of like the cultural, the language, and the traditional aspects of where you're from in Paraguay?
Depressingly, no. The only real thing I know about my parents is mainly that my mother was in a marriage with a individual and then left that union, or at the very least left for some time, and then I began to exist, and I was not not part of the same group, I guess, and that's how I found myself here. So I have like no way of finding who any of these people are as far as I know. Doesn't really bother me one way or another. I as somebody who grew up in an adoptive family, I tend to be, and like Northern Virginia is very diverse, so overall it's like one of those things where I grew up without really like a deep racial connection to anything. Mostly I just gravitated towards general American culture, which is just a mixing bowl of a lot of things. So
the melting pot, if you will.
Melting pot, yeah. You're right. The mixing, it's funny, I say mixing bowl. The mixing bowl was an enormous traffic wang jangle in my hometown, where basically you get on that and you can go from like all over the place in the state from that one point, taking whatever exits on the highway. So there's my Virginia shout out for the fam back home.
I mean, I totally can relate as to like, some sort of like, separation or like similar understanding of like where well, I mean, I can't entirely understand because you're a person of color, right? So, but I do understand like the position that you might be in because I myself am adopted as well. And
adopted buddies.
Yep, and my biological parents are immigrants. Like my father is from Norway and my mother is from the UK.
Oh wow.
So pretty white. So pretty fucking white. So that's why I can't really relate. Right?
That's very mayonnaise, yes.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely relate to that, and I don't really know them as well, so.
But, yeah, I mean, I think that's also why a lot of the like the kind of like, my dad is incredibly right wing, like I mentioned that earlier, and my mom's a very normie, boring Democrat, and I think that's also why I really never gravitated toward his lens of politics, mainly because it's so rooted in kind of this inherent, like, biological I don't want to say similarities, but like these like foundational like parts of somebody's identity, where, like, you know, being German is like part of their whole thing, being white is like part of their whole thing, or like, you know, even being black or anything like that. So it's why I think, like, also I never really gravitated towards really a lot of conservative values, at least because my family's always been one of selection, not genetics.
Yeah, and I think that selection is one of the big things that like drift people away in that sort of sense. But yeah, I think what we were originally talking about was like Latin America, right? And with
Yes,
Paraguay,
yes.
That's definitely something I would like to talk to you about, because it has a very interesting political history, like with, you know, the, you know, Alfredo Stroessner, and then all the way to Fernando Lugo, the first and only socialist president of Paraguay, who got couped in a CIA backing. So yeah, a lot of interesting stuff.
Yeah, we should. You should. Yeah, we should like schedule. You know, which we should do. We should like schedule you to come on, like maybe, I don't know, once a week or something. I don't know. Like now I'm really interested to learn that stuff. We could. I thought we could be adopted buddies. We could do a whole sideshow of you just educating me about my country's history.
And I do think it is a little bit dodgy for a white dude to be educating, you know, the person of color from that.
We're gonna break down those barriers, you and I.
All right, let's prove them wrong.
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, in terms of Latin America, I mean, when you're saying like the mainstream stuff, are you like referring to like what happened with Lula da Silva and Gabriel Boric and Gustavo Petro and those sort of people?
The first one. I think I've heard some of the other names, but that's really only from watching a bit of Michael Brooks' show. May he rest in peace. Because I know he was really good with his Latin American political history. It depresses me that he's left us without that voice. But yeah, I know the I know Lula and you know, Bolsonaro just recently lost, and I remember there was that one crazy lady in Bolivia. One of my old high school friends was Bolivian.
Janine Arnaz?
Yes. Yeah. She was like some kind of crazy religious theocrat, basically, from what I gather.
Well, yeah, because like she because when she was inaugurated, she had like a fucking like foot-long Bible and declared that that Bolivia is now a white Christian state.
Didn't they? Yeah, didn't they like coup whoever was the leader in Bolivia at the time?
You're talking about the indigenous socialist president Evo Morales. Yeah, in 2019.
Yes.
Because what happened is that there was an election, and because Evo Morales removed the term limits, there was some speculation that he used that as an abuse of power to stay in longer as a dictator, so to speak.
Yeah, because I think the Western media was really aggressive towards that move.
Yes, and then when 2019 came, he won again with a majority, and OAS. Not sure if you heard of OAS. And OAS and the United States and Canada said that this was skeptical, and so they demanded that Bolivia did another count of the votes. So Bolivia did that again, and it was essentially near the same results. So what happened was there was a military coup, which forced Morales to be exiled to Mexico.
That sounds like South American politics. Sadly, it sounds like the stereotype of South American politics.
Yeah, that is unfortunately the stereotype of, you know, coups and unstability happening.
There's there's a oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the thing that's kind of ironic is that like, because most of the Western media was saying that this was, you know, quote unquote election irregularities that were happening, and then the year after that when the fascist president Arnes declared you know, they're going to do another election, although she did delay the date of the election, she did eventually let that happen. And then when the next election happened, Morales's indigenous party won again with a majority. So that kind of proves that that the irregularities was just somewhat of a right-wing propaganda talking point.
It really, I don't even know what to say about South American politics sometimes. I feel like it always ends up like sometimes I get the feeling where I'm like, am I just do I just think South American politics are just the CIA meme all the time? And I'm always like, no, maybe no, come on, the world's more complicated than that. And then like you learn more about that or you hear more about it and you're like, yep, it's basically that. It's essentially that.
Absolutely. Like, especially like when Bolsonaro lost the election, there was some stuff came out that he was asking the CIA for help for a military coup, and then I saw that and I was thinking, my, haven't I seen this a million times before in South American history?
Yeah, you would think. Yeah, you would think we'd note, somebody would note this. I mean, there's people, but unfortunately in the U.S., it's just not something people focus on.
And that's what happened in Paraguay. And the CIA brought him to power, Alfredo Stroessner, and he was in power in Paraguay from 1954 to 1989.
Jesus, 54, 89. What is that, like 35 years? Jesus. Yeah, oh, and they don't find any. Yeah, and naturally they don't find any problem with how long of a term that is. Naturally. No shocker there, because a lot of South American politics, from the little bit that I gather, seems to always kind of be drawn on the lines of the indigenous populations and the kind of more Western Christian, like colonial forces, I suppose is the best way to say it.
Well, that's also because I mean, have you ever heard of the term mestizo?
I've probably heard it in my life, but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you more than I've heard it before.
Well, that's because indigenous mixed race people, like indigenous people, like in general, are far more common and in a much more prominent position in politics compared to Canada and the U.S. I mean, especially with Bolivia, because Bolivia has a 75% indigenous community, fully indigenous.
Yeah, I often speculate I'm probably in one of, I don't know, I would guess there's almost no way I don't have indigenous in me in some form or fashion.
Well, with Paraguay, it's more than half that are fully indigenous, so you most likely are. So.
I have incredibly long hair, so I'm gonna claim that until someone wants to tell me otherwise.
Yeah. And you know, take that as a good thing, because you know with mestizo people there, I mean, 9 times out of 10 they almost never become bald.
Well, that's good. You know, it's funny. I've been asked like why I don't cut my hair, and my go-to answer is, look, I don't want to cut it one day and then it not come back. Like God, like I'm not gonna do that.
Take advantage of what you got.
Yeah,
take advantage of what you got.
I tie my hair up for stream. Part of me feels like I should probably like maybe for like stream I should like let it go and everything, but it gets in the way, and it is really a pain in the ass. I like hurt myself every time trying to brush my damn long hair, but I love it all at the same time. It's like one of those things where you just kind of, it's a pain in the ass, but you know, you got to love it for it. The hits you take.
You know what? Yeah, true. I mean, you know what, man? Like, if you actually show off the locks, maybe you'll get more followers because people will see the sexoid with the beautiful hair.
You're not wrong. See, I always get like the opposite, or not the opposite, but I always get the like, people will just come up to me and like ask me if I have weed. Like, which part of it is I live in Colorado, but they'll be like, you smoke, right? And I'm like, no, I don't. Why would, and they're like, well, I don't know. You just kind of look. And I'm like, yeah, I know I look like I smoke. I don't smoke. Like, Jesus.
Do they also say that because of the fact that you're more darker skinned compared to other people?
Possibly. I have had people like talk to me about doing like peyote and like any of those types of stuff in like from here, which I never heard back on the East Coast in Virginia. So I'm sure part of it, it's a little bit in both baskets on that one. I wouldn't have any kind of doubt.
Right.
Always fun.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that you get that more in Colorado because Colorado is much more conservative and buys into the stereotypes.
Very
especially
white.
Colorado, because isn't Colorado and New Mexico, and I could be wrong on this, it's New Mexico that has the highest Latino population, and Colorado's like in the top 5.
That sounds right to me. Yes, I would. Yeah, I'm just gonna say yeah to that one. The thing with Colorado is Colorado's like Colorado is a red ocean with like a blue island in the dead center in Denver where I am. So I have a lot more left-wing people who say that, or at the very least left-ish leaning people, not realizing that that's not super amazing to say to somebody, but it's fine. I don't mind it that much. I'm not personally offended or anything. But the rest of the state is like very, very red, very you know, out in the rurals and out in the mountains. I had to go canvas once in the mountains. I met an Alex Jones fan who was
shit.
It was that, yeah, it was mountain? Oh yeah, dude. It was like in the mountains. Like honest to God, I thank God every single day, because like I knocked on this dude's house like pitch black. Like there aren't street lights up in the mountains. I just roll up to homeboy's house, knock on the door at like, you know, it's maybe like 6:30 at night, but because it's near the election time and it's winter, sun goes down super early here. Like it's dark, it's pitch black by like 4:30, 5 o'clock. And like, you know, I'm knocking on homeboy's door, and I'm just so thankful that he didn't come to the door with a gun or didn't just immediately off me, like off rip. Because there was a guy who was very hostile and did do the get off my property bit, which was intimidating. But I got lucky and I got the car out of the group. So I just got my ass in the car and drove away.
Holy shit, man. I mean, I'm surprised. I mean, did you since you're canvassing like in those particular areas, I'm assuming that you might have had some idea of potential dangerous possibilities of occurring?
A little bit. I mean, honest to God, you want to know what the real like again, I mentioned I got lucky. So basically, like one person would drive everyone out to kind of the zip code of where we're going, and like again, we're in the fucking mountains. And like me, I got lucky. I got a car. My actual addresses that I canvassed far enough apart that like I'm just driving around the mountains, like having a grand old time. The rest of these guys had to fucking walk like on these sketchy ass roads in the mountains of Colorado. Mind you, there's fucking bears out there. Like I was just happy everyone made it home by the time. I had it really nice compared to everybody else. Like I got a car, I just got to drive. They all had to walk around in the dark and hope that a bear doesn't fucking run into them or any other dangerous woodland creature up in the mountains.
Or some fucking Ozark shit happening.
Yeah, really. Like and like I said, some of there's like one or two people that were very sketchy. But like again, I'm in a car. I can just drive the fuck away from them. These poor kids, they all they can do is turn the fuck around and walk. They've got like a quarter mile that they have to go to the next house, and they're just like, hopefully this guy doesn't just, you know, decide to fucking follow me. Lord knows.
Yeah, like Jesus Christ. I mean, you know, just running back like that's like you're basically a goner, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Also, there was like no reception either. Like you couldn't get a hold of anybody on this mountain. This is very, very poorly planned, in my opinion. This was very dangerous. I would like it wasn't bad for me, but for everybody else, fuck that.
How do those people even fucking get internet if they're there in that particular region?
I don't know. Like, I like when they showed us when we got to where we were going. I was like, why the fuck are we up here? This is not necessary. I found like 2 people who were like, yes, I am voting Democrat, and that's it for the rest of the day. I was like, this is not worth it. This can't be worth it. This can't be worth the hassle. Like GPS drops the entire time when you're up there too. So I can, I picked them all up, and they're all just standing in the middle, like randomly on the side of like a road on a mountain in pitch black dark. And I just pull up and I'm like, all right, come on in. You're here. Welcome. There's one person we couldn't get a hold of. We were like, we need to know where they are to pick them up, but they don't know where they are because they're like, I don't know what street. What do you mean? What street am I on? I'm on the side of a mountain. What the fuck am I supposed to do? And we're like panicking, like, shit, we need to find this dude.
Man, I mean, you guys probably should have all came together.
Yeah. Well, that's well. That is for the organizers to decide. I was just a grunt.
Oh my god. Holy shit. I mean, 1,000 different things could happen. I mean, especially if you're like in the mountains, like, I mean, especially in Colorado, like, isn't there like a lot of disappearances in that particular environment of
probably. I haven't seen, like, I'm not privy to that much of that, but I got no doubt, like, you can just disappear up here. Like, it's not hard to make somebody disappear.
Oh man.
But okay, I think I have to do a hard cutoff. I'm at like 4 hours and 45 minutes, and it's also 12:30, and I'm sure my girlfriend is probably like, "Fuck, I want to go to sleep." So,
it's 4:30.
Well, no, I'm just at 4 hours of streaming at this point.
Oh yeah, because I was gonna say because since I'm in Alberta, you and I have the same time.
I think so. Yeah. Because it's 12:20 for you. Yeah.
It's well, technically 12:22, so I'm 2 hours.
Yep. It's 12:22 for you. Yeah. No. I'm 12:22. Yep, we're at the same one. Yep.
All right. Well, I mean, there's so much to say, but I know that you need to go back and do what you have to do. So, I just wanted to say that I very much sincerely appreciate you giving me the opportunity to have these sort of conversations with you, even if they go in different directions where there's not like a complete conclusion. But we'll definitely have more of these chats in the future, like you said, like you have stated to me earlier. So
absolutely.
I appreciate the opportunity of you giving me of planning me as a guest like once a week or anything like that, whatever suits you in your schedule. Also, am I the first caller or
I've had I had 2 people on, what was that, maybe last week or the week before. I did like 2 back to back, which were not the best idea. It was fine. I had no problem with it, but yeah, I haven't had too many people, and I think you're like the third or maybe third or second, one or the other.
All right. Well, I'm glad to be one of the.
You're in the early. You're in there. You're in here early. When I'm like super rich, I'll bring you with me. When I'm like when I'm like Hassan level, I'll bring you with me.
Well,
keep the day ones.
I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm considered a benchmark of your Twitch history to keep in mind, like one of the people in the forefront of your viewership. So yeah, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the offer, and we'll do this again, and we'll have probably a more of a set topic. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Just email me whatever you want to talk about. Maybe I'm thinking maybe Thursdays I'll like quarter off like the day, because really, admittedly, some news days are just not that interesting, and I'm like scrambling to fill with stuff to talk about. Thursday's usually not a lot going on.
Usually happens. I mean, if you're looking for stuff to cover, and I think that this is a little bit deliberate media speaking because they know that there's going to be more people with time on their hands to see this sort of stuff. I mean, if you're looking for more stuff to cover, that's going to be like a hot spot day of the week. It's usually on a Saturday or Sunday. Or
yeah, they always like
Friday.
to drop. Yeah, they always like to drop news on Saturday when no one's paying attention. That's why I have the Monday show, which sometimes I go over. Like, it really just depends on how much I think I can really divulge. Like, I think I did the Kanye stuff, but you kind of have to talk about that. But they did over the weekend we had the Twitter files drop, and I wasn't gonna go over that. Everybody's said everything. There's no. At most I'd read it and be like, look, it's nothing. Like, I got nothing really much to add to that sort of stuff.
So are you more looking for something that, so you can be like some of the first people to cover it, or are you looking for something that's not as talked about that you want to raise the issue towards? Like, what kind of angle?
I don't really have a solid answer to that. It's really just kind of what, like, so far it's really just been what I want to talk about, and kind of I try to structure the actual show in at least a way that topics kind of flow to a degree. But generally I just kind of try to cover whatever's most in the news-ish, and what I think I can kind of opine on. Like I said, stuff like the Twitter file stuff, there's, because there wasn't, everybody's commentary is basically the same, where they were like, oh, well, it was nothing, so not interesting.
Well, I mean, you could also be the sort of person that gives like a different sort of analysis of the same topic that spreads more of a different awareness.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out. I'll be honest. I'm playing it loose right now until I figure out the format, I guess, is kind of how I'm looking at it. Right now, I'm just trying to stay consistent. I got my 3 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, for anybody who might be watching, because I'm not paying attention to the viewer count. But yeah, the like right now, my goal is really just to stay consistent and just like get better at just producing the show and like the mechanics of it, and then from there kind of figure out what I want the format to look like. Which I said earlier, I want normal conversations to be part of that. So just kind of, I don't know. I'm figuring it out. That's what I'll say.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And as with like, talking with randos and stuff like that, do you ever like look in advance to see if like there's someone that actually wants to have a conversation, or if sometimes they're just a random fucking Nazi that just wants to scream the N-word? Like, do you like what? Like,
So far, mostly people just because I don't have a million people in chat. So far, like, the other people who wanted to talk just kind of get on and are like, hey, I could I like come on, because I have the banner that's above my head at all times, at least when I'm not reacting to something or reading something. So it's an open invitation, and like, it's one of those things where, like, if somebody mentions, if I can read them in chat and there's not anybody, I'm not going to lose their message from scrolling, then, usually I'll ask them what they want to talk about. And if they give me a topic that's interesting or whatever, then I'll just have them come on for now. As time goes on, I am sure that the people who angrily comment on my YouTube segments are going to eventually come over here and, be upset, but they can do that.
You mind DMing me your YouTube account so I can subscribe to it?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. It should be on the Twitch channel as well. But yeah, I got you. I should be able to DM you on here on Discord. Yeah, I should.
Yeah,
I feel
you
like...
can. Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Yeah. Or do you want me to? How would you like to receive that, I guess, is the question.
Well, I mean, personally, I would like to receive it like in a Discord DM, and
okay,
it's easier for me, so I can like actually friend you.
Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that then. Yeah, I'll send. Yeah.
because it would be easier for me, because I know that I can just easily like send you an email because you gave me that information, but I just much rather prefer to talk to people through a Discord DM because it's just more convenient. And as with emails, it just takes more, because usually with emails, um, it takes a longer time for the person to respond and receive it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Right now, my email inbox is very dry in terms of this account. So for now, it's the easiest way for me to organize it. But yeah, yeah, I can message you though. That's yeah. We'll do that. That'll make it the easiest because then we can go on with the rest of the stuff. What was I thinking? Yeah. That's. I don't really have anything else. I always hate having to like do the outros and do like the finishes of stuff because usually something else pops into my ADHD ridden mind that I'm like, oh wait, this thing. But I think we must say our goodbyes. For my part, let me say I've thoroughly enjoyed this. This is not to fluff you up too much, but this is the sort of thing that I like really love doing. I love talking with people and like, disagreements, agreements, whatever it is. I really appreciate you coming on and having a nice conversation and us palling around and everything else now that we're adopted buddies. And yeah, I really appreciate that. I do this because I realize that like in the system that we have in the US and I'm sure in Canada, not a lot of people have an opportunity to, I think, do the thing that they've always wanted to do without like economic ramifications, without like, going through harder than what's necessary times. And like it's why I started doing this. Like I want to stop. I want to stop living on the absolute edge and at the very least be happy with something that I produce and something that hopefully impacts other people's lives. And you being on this show gives me hope and gives me personal validation. And that's what I'm thanking you for. In that I could actually do this and not be just another line cook with socialist leftist leanings telling my coworkers that they need to learn to collectively bargain if they want better relationships with their bosses. So I thank you for that.
I am a member of the Teamsters Union, so
nice.
I'm more than happy to talk. So I'm more than happy to talk about union stuff in the future with you if you're ever interested in like how the Teamsters operate on a internal functionality.
I would love to, because the industry I work in is see we're gonna get into it, but I work in an Alamo Draft House. I don't know if you know what that is. I don't think if there's any in Canada yet.
No.
It's like it's a movie theater that has a restaurant and a bar in it. You get your food delivered. It's basically a restaurant. The people watch movies while they get their food. But because we're not technically in a restaurant, it's hard for us to be part of like the restaurant unions here in the US. But there's also really no like theater like union group that I'm aware of. So it's like this, we don't fit into one box. There was a union attempt, I think, in Austin, I want to say, that did fail. And the company is, doing their best to look on their best behavior to motivate people to not start a union. But, naturally, I was gone for a couple months working on a food truck. I'd come back and everybody's all upset over their wages and over the unfair pay and the hours and the holiday and the everything else. So it's always, I'm always the bane of management's existence, I find.
So you're kind of in an environment where it's scary to say the U word.
Yeah, pretty much. There's like I already know that there are people that are hostile to that sort of thing, because when the one in Austin crept up, there was a lot of negative. Like there are people who would benefit from a union, would benefit from that structure protecting them, but because they're in slightly higher up positions and when I say slight, I mean degrees of like $1 to 50 cents higher. But because they're in those positions, and because Alamo doesn't do background checks on people, which means we have a noticeable amount of former felons and other people who are a lot more desperate for work. I find I don't find that shocking that those sorts of people who can't find comparable paying jobs very easily because of their former felonies are ready to defend the only option they have to make money. So it's
and that's the sad part. I mean, due to like felonies or like past, charges that they might have had, or like their criminal record. I mean, that's one of the biggest contributors for homelessness.
exactly. And the homeless population in the area that we work is incredibly high. So you have to figure that's a constant reminder to those people that if they didn't have this job, that they would be, by the grace of God, that would be them on the street instead of them, smoking outside the building and waiting to go back inside and looking at those people and going, damn, I guess luckily I'm better off than those people. But yeah, it's exploitative to say the least. But explaining that to those people, they're just not in a position to be open to that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah.
But okay. That's it.
Right.
We got to cut. We got to cut. All right. I will message you, and then we'll go from there.
Yep.
And then we'll figure out another time and a topic.
That is why I silently paused, just to like give you that sort of cue that you do have to go. So
yeah, I appreciate that. But all right. You have yourself a lovely rest of your night. I don't know what you're gonna get into, but
I am gonna be watching this Netflix show called Hot Skull that just came out. Just to recommend you that in the future.
What is it?
It's called Hot Skull. It's a Turkish TV show. It's post-apocalyptic. It's about this scientist who is immune to this disease that's spread through communication.
That sounds like Metal Gear Solid 5.
So basically, yeah. So, and how it's spread is when the person who has the disease starts saying incoherent and nonsensical shit. So basically, in this society, you don't wear masks. You wear like earmuffs every time you go outside.
Oh, was this like made like in the wake of COVID, or is that just coincidental?
I think it's based on COVID, like something like adjacent to it. But
interesting.
It just came out on the 7th of not the 7th, the 2nd of December.
Okay, fairly new then. I'm really bad at TV shows. I just started watching Evangelion like earlier this week. Yeah, so me and TV shows just don't jive as well as movies do for me. But that's
fair enough. But you do got to watch this. It's pretty good.
I will make an attempt on your part. I will make an attempt on your part. I can almost guarantee you I'll watch the first episode. It's like it's that second gulp of episode 2 where it's just, how long are the episodes? It's a real question.
I don't think you're gonna like the truth. It's
hit me with it.
I mean, for each episode it's an hour and 15 minutes. So it's basically like it's an episode like length equivalent to like a Stranger Things episode.
Okay. I mean, I watched Stranger Things, but those come out, well, I guess I did watch Stranger Things. Some stuff I can get through if it's like that sort of stuff. But okay, I'll add it on my list. I will probably check it out at some point. That's the most I can promise you right now.
Well, for something like an hour and 15 minutes, I mean, especially if it's post-apocalyptic and like something like very mentally in-depth, I think it's some sort of thing that both you and your girlfriend might like to watch together.
Yeah, you should really see her on my Netflix list. It's terrible. It's really long. She's way better at watching TV shows. She's watching like some K-drama right now, and I'm sure I'll get out there and she'll be like, "Oh, I'm like 3/4 done." Or basically,
Korean drama?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, recommend her Vincenzo.
I think I'll mention it to her. I don't think she's watched it, but I know what show you're talking about though. I know what show you're talking about. Haven't watched it, but I know what it is. But okay, you have yourself a nice night. I have to get up earlier. I'll probably just go to bed. But yeah, you have yourself a nice night. I appreciate you again. Oh, I just realized I don't even know your name. What is your actual name, my friend?
I'm just gonna give you the first name. My name is Nick, N-I-C. Although though it's short for Nicholas.
That's what I figured, since it was the C instead of the CK.
It's
Nicolas.
spelled the same as Nicolas Cage.
Okay, nice, sweet. Well, Nick, yeah. We will meet again on this internet space after I message you. Well, after I sign off of this, and then maybe I'll upload the VOD tomorrow. It's gonna take a while, but either way, you have a nice night. I will talk to you later.
All right, thank you. Have a great night.
You do the same, friend. Woo. I'm gonna have to find his Discord thing. Well, actually, wait. I should. Okay. Let's finish this. Let's finish this before I go and do the housekeeping part. Okay. Well, thank you for watching. If you stuck around for that very fun, very long conversation, yeah. We are at, oh God, Jesus, we're at like a 5-hour stream. This has absolutely been the longest stream that I've done so far. And honestly, I feel like I could probably go for another like 4 hours, but real life, unfortunately calls. So, if you enjoyed anything that you saw, I really encourage you to follow, and I guess like the stream, if that's a thing that you can do. There's a YouTube channel. You should go and subscribe to that as well. But either way, yeah, that's another one in the books, ladies and gentlemen. So I've been Josh. You've been a great audience. I'm also now been way past the time I should have ended stream. You all have a good night, and see y'all later. See y'all Thursday when we're going to talk about the independent state legislator stuff. That's going to be happening tomorrow, so keep your eye out on that. Anyway, goodbye. Okay, I'm done. Goodbye.